We are live. Prison Break Season 3 thoughts. Now, this video contains spoilers, including for the first 2 seasons, and there will be a playlist linked in the description box that has all my videos on Prison Break. It's a long video, but there are time codes for 3 sections, in this case, different episodes in the description box. And like I said with the first 2 seasons, I love most things about this season. So, I'm going to make a bunch of jokes in this video that are not meant as criticisms. It's just, yeah, I tend to make a lot of jokes. Now, brief couple of off-topic things. I'm not sure this is something that necessarily concerns a lot of people, but I want to give a brief kind of status update, since I've seen a bunch of other people who do videos do that now that we're facing the corona pandemic. And basically, as the way things look right now, not much is gonna change on my channel. Currently, I don't know when the next time I'm gonna be doing a video of a movie that's currently in theaters, since theaters have closed in my country until things are more under control. But other than that, it's still gonna be one video every week. You know, I I'm not sick, and I don't, nobody close to me is sick, and the videos, like, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure this is something that's gonna like keep people up at night, but the vast majority of things I do videos on are, it's stuff I already have on DVD. It's not something where, like, well, if there's some time where I can't get to the video store. Do they have those anymore? I guess they don't have physical stores. If there's a chunk of time where I can't get a new DVD that I've ordered online, it's going to be a long time before we get into that situation. I have months and months of stuff I can cover. So, but yeah, it's not very likely that there will be a break in my video production. I'll be putting out one video per week for, yeah. Another off-topic thing, Carolyn has appeared in at least 3 recent College Humor videos, possibly others. I never did get Dropout, so I don't know how much she appeared on there, but I really hope that they keep doing this. I really love seeing her and stuff. She's so great in drawfee content, and just, I'm not gonna talk about the global warming one. I see that they've made it private. I don't know exactly why, but I can think of a couple of reasons why they maybe did. But the others who are really great. She was in the, what was it called? When You're Too Good at CPR, which is just, I love it. And Breaking News, which was also great. They really pushed it far on that one, but I mean, to keep getting viewers, they have to do different things. But yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Now, that brings us to the rest of the video. So, let's see. I'm not sure there's much. Yeah, I'm just briefly going to say, I copied in the Wikipedia stuff. I'm not going to read much of it, but the season contains 13 episodes, including, yeah. The season was shorter than the previous 2 because of the Writers Guild strike, which is some, this was, yeah, so that happened around 2007, 2008. I can imagine some people, this is 12, 13 years later. Some people might have forgotten, but that is why. If you're, like, getting into the show today, and you're like, why is this season shorter than the other ones? That's why. Now, let's see. I don't think... Okay, yeah, so for season 3, 3 characters are removed, 4 new characters are added as series regulars. And filming continued to take place in Dallas, Texas. Excuse me. So, and as per usual, my wrists are too bad to take all the time code. Yeah, if you're new to my videos, I take the time codes as I'm recording the video so that I don't have to, sit and carefully try to find the exact right time code afterwards, as I used to do, which took a lot of time. And yeah, usually I write them on paper, but my carpal tunnel is kind of aggressive these days, so I am going to be recording them on the smartphone, which means that rather than you just seeing me like lean down for a few seconds, it means I'm going to say the time code in addition to, I was always saying the name of the section so that you would know this is a new section in case you're not, I don't expect people to be following along in the description box, but I'm also going to be saying the time code, and I realize it's awkward, but it just cannot be helped. Orientación 620. And another quick thing, when I say the time codes, I realize they might sound weird. I say them the way I'm going to say them when I voice type them. So instead of saying 6 minutes, 20 seconds, I just need a colon between the different numbers, and then it will actually work as a link when I put it in the description box. So, couple of things that, yeah, before I get into this specific episode. Since doing the video on season 2, I've realized maybe the idea was when Paul had a sniper and was, aiming at Caroline, maybe the idea was that he missed his window to shoot her, or maybe felt bad, or something like that. Sorry, and thus didn't do it. Excuse me. I also got to find a way to sit that is comfortable for my back. Thus didn't do it, rather than that he never intended to. What can I say? Sometimes I misread these things. I guess I've just played so many sniper games that I felt like he had plenty of a window to do it based on what I saw. And he didn't really look like sad when putting the sniper away. I don't know, maybe it was more of a subtle acting thing and like he was in a hurry to get away from the anime. So, I like that in this season, basically everyone who didn't start out being in prison in season 1 are in prison from the very start of this season, and vice versa, or in the case of Sarah and LJ, kidnapped. And please note that I said didn't start out being, rather than that they were not in prison in season 1. I'm saying it wasn't from the very first moment that we saw them. I realized that Michael was in prison in both of them. And yeah, I don't think I need to go into more detail about that. So, I think an argument could be made that it is very cheap to have Sarah kidnapped off-screen and then, even killed right after she kidnapped off-screen right after she killed Bill Kim. Not a lot of screen time devoted to her feeling terrible after that. It is like, you know, the whole, she's a doctor, so the whole to do no harm thing is pretty important to her, and she actually killed someone. And I just feel like, and it's kind of weird because otherwise the season 2 has a lot of Sarah kind of feeling, we see what she's feeling after she helped Michael at the end of season 1. So I don't know why they did I don't know, honestly, the whole kidnapping thing, I figure, was in part to surprise the audience. You really, like, the last time, LJ was safe with Jane and the others, you know, and when we saw him at the end of season 2. And I'm not saying it's impossible. The company already did manage to sneak a spy into that group of people. So I don't know. Yeah, it feels like they wanted something shocking and kind of, yeah, with Lincoln no longer on the run, now they needed something else that really, it means that he's motivated in part by wanting to get Michael out of Sona, but also in part by worrying that his son is going to be killed. So yes, that brings us to the actual notes for this specific episode. The season literally opens with Jodie O'Keefe in underwear and makeup. I get that, we get the kind of the reveal on, she's got the couple of scars on her cheek. So, it's not completely without, but it's still kind of exploitative. I guess they were very determined to make sure that people would keep watching her. Yeah. I should briefly say, I'm going to get to it later, but I think she gives a great performance in this. I like her in everything I've seen her in, I think. I just don't think it was completely necessary to make that the very first impression you got of her. It could have been like, we see, well, I mean, no, yeah, like, hypothetically, I think if the first time we saw her at all was with Lincoln, that might have been, but I get it, where, it's like, who is this mysterious woman? Why does she have scars? And, yeah. Now, I think they do a good job of establishing Sona. We only knew what that hallway thing leading in, which we never see in this season. Every time someone goes in or out of Sona, they use the main doors. So, yeah, obviously that hallway was there so that they could have season 2 end on this sort of establishing of what is Sona like. You see the people who are in Sona, and you have the detail that the guards don't go into Sona, you know. But yeah, now we see the inside of Sona. We see this gladiatorial battle. I was not 100% clear on, is it supposed to be that there is one every single day? Like, every single day they find someone? Because sometimes it seems like it, other times it doesn't quite seem like that. I don't know. Or is it just that there's a maximum of one, or at least one, and they always make, I don't know. Anyway, now, let's see. And Lincoln talks to what was it, the night guard at the consulate, and has Sona explain to him, which is really great. You know, well, again, we know very little about Sona from season 2, so it's a good idea to really quickly establish. And this is also, given that this season is shorter, there are, if you watch season 1 and compare it to season 3, in season 1, some of the aspects of Fox River are established a little, like, they're not all right there in episode 1. Some of them are over the course of, and that's because they had a full season rather than basically a half season. And I quite like the line, to them, Sona is a one-way street. What goes in never comes out unless it's dead. Very cool redesigned opening sequence. Did they find a bag? There's a little money in it. I mean, Bill Kim did say that it was pocket change, even though it's $5 million. Obviously, Lincoln is, like, he knows that if he says, to this guy, oh, there was $5 million in it, the guy might be like, oh, sure, we found like $1 million, and then he goes and gets the $4 million, but yeah, apparently they didn't find it. So obviously, the military, and I do appreciate that. It's very clear they are corrupt. Like, these, yeah. So yeah, they did find the money and they stole it. Let's see. I don't know, I guess thinking back to it, I guess it's possible that the implication is supposed to be, excuse me, is supposed to be that they just didn't recover it, because it did end up in the water. I don't know, I think based on Lincoln's reaction, I get the sense that it's supposed to be. I mean, when I watched the season finale of season 2, I was like, okay, the money's gone, because it's like, what are you gonna do? Like manually dry the bill? No, it's gone. But Lincoln's reaction makes it seem as though, I don't know. Anyway, and I appreciate that Lincoln tries to have Michael freed the legal way, so they really are in each other's place from season 1. They don't jump directly to breaking out. The only reason Michael started there from the start of season 1 is that he was out of other options. We join him after he's exhausted those options. But yeah, I quite like, because it really is, and I feel like they did. Yeah, gotta work on finishing my sentences before I start on a new one. Crap, what was the first one? Okay, so yeah, it does make sense that they could get Michael out of there legally, because he was just granted he's no longer wanted in the US. And there is, like, some of the physical evidence really implies that he he didn't do it. The other guy had a gun, and these various things. So maybe it looked like murder, but it was actually self-defense kind of thing. And that's right, yeah. And the second sentence was, and I feel like they did a decent job of just the tone of the end of season 2. You didn't feel like, oh, well, he's gonna get right out of there. No, there's, you know, and really, yeah, at the end of the day, it did depend on, when you watch season 2, you maybe think, well, I mean, with these guys maybe aren't gonna want, like, it's a little embarrassing, you arrested a guy and then he's not even guilty, so maybe they're gonna hide the evidence. But in this, no, they found the evidence, and sure, it's gonna be, but then other situations, and I really do appreciate, I gotta say, if they hadn't started the season with explaining why don't they do it the legal way, it really would have come across as like, yeah, I mean, and that is something that they did a good job of explaining in season 1, that all the other options were exhausted. And yeah, now and we see Wade continue to not be good at controlling his temper, and he of course gets himself in trouble inside Sona because he already has no friends, and then he's, you know, yeah, he's used to being in charge. I think they did a really good job of, like, humanizing him and showing, like, basically he is a bully. He's been that from the moment we saw, he's very clearly established as being a bully. The moment we meet him, we realize that's what he is. And in some of season 2, and in, yeah, uh, yeah, some of season 3, not all of it, we see, well, sometimes bullies are not good at restraining themselves even when they don't have the power in a situation, because they're so used to being the bully. Now, and we see that Mahone, his hand is twitching. It's been a while since he had access to his pills, and we even, yeah, we see the he still has the pen, and he shakes it, and there are no more pills. And great use of flashbacks to really highlight the, yeah. And Michael and Mahone talk, and it's clear that neither of them really trust each other, which is again a good, like, it's a very obvious, like, they're not gonna avoid each other. That doesn't they're that doesn't make a lot of sense. Michael wants to know if Mahone is gonna try to, like, I always mix them up, so I'm just gonna go with both, shiv him with a shank or shank him with a shiv. And Mahone is like, you framed me. So if you testify, I walk out of here a free man. You know, neither of them, they kind of want to make sure that the other kind of, yeah, they, and it makes a lot of sense that Mahone basically, I mean, he isn't so much really threatening Michael. He's basically just telling him, you have to do this. And Michael, yeah, he says, every time I look at you, all I see is the man who murdered my father. You're on your own. And we meet Sophia as she yells for them to release the man who was killed last night. And Michael and Lincoln talk through the chain link fence. I really appreciate this change from season one. I'm not saying it didn't make sense in season one, or that the change is like, yeah, the change makes sense. Basically in season one, it was very difficult for Michael to get to talk to Lincoln, which ultimately, if he had gotten a lot of free access to Lincoln, there would have been less tension and suspense. Because the big thing is, Michael knows, we realize from very early on, even before we know the details, okay, clearly Michael has a plan here. He does not seem upset at being caught in the bank, at being put in prison. What was it? He pleads no contest. Was that what they called it? In the courtroom, all these things. Okay, he has a plan. But that plan is not going to work if he can't get to Lincoln. So, yeah, and in this case, they don't have a plan. Well, Lincoln talks to him about the option of getting him out of there legally. But over the course of the season, I mean, it seems like they can basically talk pretty much whenever. I'm not sure there's any time there's really that Lincoln is told you cannot come see him right now. Now, yeah, and Lechero, yeah, basically, yeah, all the new prisoners are brought in for orientation, as the episode is called, and meet Lechero, and he explains what it's like in there, and it's clear, he's very satisfied with the way things are. So basically, he's just telling them, and this, again, this is a great contrast to when Michael went into Fox River, because immediately, like, Bellick is like, you talking out the side of your mouth at me? And he's like, no, I'm just trying to stay under the radar, boss. There is no staying under the radar with me, and this is like, whatever, you follow the rules. I'm not, I don't really want there to be problem, although ultimately we do realize he's lying about that. He does want to get rid of Michael. And we see that the prostitute she's not really a nun. She is a prostitute who dressed up as a nun to get in there, which makes a lot of sense. There is no rent. This is prison. Oh, dude, stop talking. Seriously. And Teabag arrives, and the camera and editing give him some special attention. And he and Michael spot each other, and Teabag does the lizard tongue thing. It's really great that because it really is, neither of them knew that, well, I mean, Michael when Michael decided to pretend to kill Bill, yeah, it's hard not to, I mean, they called him Bill Kim. They knew that it was, yeah. At the end of season 2, we see Sarah kill Bill Kim. And when Michael took the fall, yeah, there was some chance that he was going to end up in the same prison as Teabag. But Teabag did not know that. And Teabag also, like, he thought, until recently, he thought that he would walk out a free man because he worked with the company. Now, and I do quite like that at the end of this season, he has the book. So although then again, at the end of the season, we're also told that the book and the coordinates didn't matter, that was a yeah, anyway. So, yeah, there's a reason the man with your skill set was put in here, and you know, the Kellerman bell or Bellerman piece of music plays, and the let's see, basically, I was wondering if that meant we were going to see Kellerman this season. Technically we didn't see him die. We saw shots being fired into the car he was in. I don't know if that necessarily. I don't know. Maybe he is. I do not remember if he returns in season 4, so I'm not spoiling that. But anyway, we don't see him in this season, except possibly in flashback. I don't remember for sure about that. But that, yes, basically now, yeah, in this season they used that bell to signify the company. They might have used it some for that before, but here it is straight up, it is no longer his music cue. I don't blame them for wanting to keep using that music cue. They do a great job on that. I think I like all of the music cues in this. You know, Kellerman has one, Teabag has this sort of gritty, like, I don't know music well, so I don't know exactly how to describe it. Michael has one that sort of implies cleverness. Does Lincoln maybe have one that sort of implies toughness? Yeah. Now, yeah, and we have the scene of Michael being clearly framed so that there will be a fight. They expect us to forage like dogs. Hey, I am all for dog metaphors, but dogs don't forage. Do you mean like a farmer, like a gatherer? That was just kind of a weird. I don't know. Is that supposed to imply that he's already kind of losing his mind because he's had so little food and water? Forage like dogs. I don't know. Maybe it's just a joke. Anyway. And yeah, and Teabag and Michael, of course, talk. And let's see. Yeah, and that you know that one guy says he hasn't he yeah, sorry, yeah, the guy who hasn't eaten for a week jumps out into what looks like the cursed world from the Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd movie, and yeah, they gun him down. It's a very compelling, again, very good to establish right away. Fox River, it was like, how do you break out of here? There are walls and metal everywhere. But in Sona, it's like, well, these windows, yeah, it looks like you could easily get out of one of those, and you get the answer that if you try crossing no man's land, you get gunned down. I'm not saying it would have been easy to squib up his naked chest, but the fact that there was basically no squibbing, I feel like what they should have done was simply film it slightly differently, like is frequently done with PG-13 movies, so you don't see the parts where there should be blood and bullet holes. It's just as it is, it's very very obvious to not, yeah, it's like basically maybe like, you show the shooting and then you cut to a reaction shot of his face. Maybe he even like spits up a little blood, and then you can pan the camera down and we can see like bullet holes, because that you can do that with makeup. But squibbing on naked skin, I I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone successfully do that. Like, when you see someone, if you see if you watch a movie and you see like someone's, for example, chest have, squibbed, they're wearing clothes that help conceal the squibs, or if it's naked flesh, that's not actually their chest. That's like they made that out of a material that they can hide the squibs under, and they filmed it so that it looks like someone's chest. I don't think I've ever seen, there's a, like, I love the movie Desperado, but there's a scene in that where someone is shot and you can see some of their chest, and it's very awkward and obvious that they couldn't squib the bare chest, so instead it's like, apparently they're being very careful to only shoot him where there's clothing covering. It's just, yeah, it's very awkward looking, and again, I just feel like, just, do it slightly differently, film it in a slightly different. One thing you could do is film it from behind and show like the bullet hole being made in his back, like, basically, because what you do there is just build the back out of a material that looks like a human being's back, and since you can't even see the face, you have a lot more freedom there. But yeah, I think they made the wrong choice when they handled it in this scene, in this episode. Because, I mean, they have squibbed people in some, this season itself has, that when Gretchen shoots the first of the gravediggers, that was weird phrasing. I made it sound like she guns down one gravedigger after another. The gravedigger that Sucre takes over after, we don't see the second shot, the one that finishes him off, but we do see the first shot. I forget, was it like the neck, or I don't remember exactly, but ear maybe. I don't remember. But we do see a squib there. It look. Now that I think about it, how did they? No, they must have hid it in the, anyway. They do squib people up for some of the shooting scenes on this show. I feel like, didn't they also maybe squib up Veronica? Didn't we see her be shot? Anyway, let's see. I like that, with Lincoln, like, overall, I don't like that they killed Sarah, but I think the show does a good job of sometimes, like, setting up a concept that the audience really doesn't want to see. Like, we don't want to see Sarah dead. So when we're told in the season opener they found a woman that fits her description in the morgue, we're told, well, she was found in this place, and he's like, that was the last place I saw her. And he looks and he's like, that's not Sarah. The audience is like, oh, thank God. I was worried they were going to kill her. And then, episodes later, they do kill her. So it's this sort of thing of like, I don't know, I guess it's having their cake and eating it too, because they both get to, like, tell us, no, 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 don't worry, we're not going to do that. And they get to get, the shock of actually doing it. But just, I don't know, I feel like the effect it has on me is that when something seems to have been resolved, I'm left wondering, does that mean they're going to do it later? Because, you realize relatively early on, sometimes something seems to have been resolved, but then later, how many times in the first season do they have to hide one of the holes they're digging, and then they'll be like, oh, thank God, they managed to hide it just in time. But then, some episodes later, someone does find the hole. You know, so yeah. And I appreciate that, Michael does try talking, you know, I think it's Lechero he talks to and says, I mean, yeah, he basically says, you and I both know I did not steal his stash. This, but the excuse me. Yeah, basically, Michael knows that there is some chance that he can avoid the situation rather than like just, I don't know, a Rocky montage of him preparing for the fight or something. I'm not saying the Rocky movie, some of the Rocky movies are very well done. I'm just saying that really wouldn't fit here. That's not this character. Excuse me. I'll be glad to see you go down, superstar. That is what you are, coming from afar. And I like the way they set up, LJ calls Lincoln, but it's a bad connection. So, it's a very short conversation, and it's just like, oh, we got to meet at this particular place at this particular time. And then later you realize, no, that was LJ, but there was a gun to his head or something. It was him explaining where they and excuse me. And if there had been, like, if someone calls Lincoln and says, we have your son, excuse me, we're going to meet at this and this place, Lincoln's going to try to think, to try to come up with something else. And they wanted to make sure that there was a face to face conversation where he realizes that they have LJ. Basically, Gretchen is going to try to read him and intimidate him, try to see, is he really going to go along with this, because they know who he is. They know that he hasn't exactly been wild about going along with these things in the past. And Teabag offers to wash Lechero's feet to get in with him. Very clever as a, you know he is a chameleon. Teabag, he manages to fit into the circumstances that he's supposed to fit into to make the yeah to get the right result. And I like, I record this right after having rewatched the season finale. This is the first time I've seen the season 3 finale since it first aired. I had forgotten that Lechero, he actually has been like, he made it seem as though he trusted Teabag, but at the end of the, he says a lot of guys have come to wash my feet. Wolves who appeared in sheep's clothing. You know, I really appreciate that they make him like smart, well read. This could so easily become like this really nasty, racist stereotype of, you know, and I mean the show has had some very, yeah, some black stereotypes, but Lechero legitimately, like, the fact that he's well read, for example, there's some chance that a lot of the education and reading and such, he's done that while in prison. Basically, he understands that he's going to be here until he dies, and he wants to make sure that he dies an old man. So he's set up, he's got these guys close to him that he can trust, that make sure that no one attacks him, and he spends some of his time educating himself. We also see him. Is it yoga he does? I forget exactly, but this is a man who doesn't just. And he even said, he says he despises drug addicts. This is a man who a lot of people in his situation would succumb, would give up, but instead he's really risen to the occasion. And yeah, he's a very compelling character. He's a villain character, but yeah, I mean the show always. I don't remember a single villain character. I don't remember every single one from season 4, And as I've said before, I haven't watched season 5 at all yet. So I don't know if it's true of those as well. But in the first 3 seasons, there are hardly any villain characters that don't get some, like, what's it called? Some humanity to them, some dimension to them. You know, I mean, let's see. I guess there's maybe not that much for Sammy, but it is very clear that he's basically more than, you know, he has a relationship with Lechero, but he definitely wants to survive this place himself. And he doesn't always agree with Lechero's, you know, basically Lechero has one way of seeing, you know, he feels like, yeah, there's Lechero's way and there's Sammy's way. They don't always completely agree on things, and Sammy would do things differently if he were in charge. So he tries to manipulate things so that he ends up in charge. Now, and we see Mahone giving Michael tips on fighting dirty because he's still determined to get out of there, and Michael is his best shot. There's some great build-up to the fight itself. Now, and yeah, Michael claims he's not going to fight, and when the guy turns his head around to look, the guy, Michael goes for the kneecap and punches him and tries to leave, and it's like 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. And the other guy tries to stab Michael in the back. Mahone stops him and kills him, and then points out, you know, no weapons, without rules, we're savages, right? And that's you know, that's such a great maneuver. You know, again, the show sets up a situation and then manages to resolve it in a way the audience didn't see coming. Mahone is smart. He may be like really having trouble with the withdrawal symptoms, although not as much in this episode, not as much by this point. But he, you know, that's exactly right. The moment that he sees the other guy has a weapon, that, you know, he goes into the situation, and once he's killed the guy, when he says the rules include no weapons, and you said we all have to follow the rules. At that point, Lechero can't argue with the results without coming off as a hypocrite, because if he says, Mahone is quoting his own words back at him. And Lechero has made it a point that it's not that whatever he says goes, it's that there are rules. And if they follow the rules, then he's going to treat them well. If he says, I know, if he argues with Mahone, he's saying that he doesn't mind that the other guy broke the rules. Technically, Mahone broke the rules, but it was, in addressing that someone else broke the rules. So if Lechero calls Mahone out for breaking the rules, yeah, very, very clever. Now, beautiful footage of the outside of Panama. I mean, those are probably stock shots, but they did a good job buying them, I guess, is what I'm saying. I like the little bit with, the guy won't let Lincoln in because he doesn't have a jacket. So he buys one from one of the guys in the kitchen, and the guy has to let him in. And you can clearly see he's like, I should have said something else. I should have made up more reasons why he couldn't come in. Because he didn't want him in there, really. And the thing with the jacket, that's probably true. But he also didn't like, Lincoln looks like someone who might cause trouble, and this is a fancy place. He doesn't want that, but he can't throw him out for, like, I don't know, being muscly and bold. He put on it. He's living up to the dress code, so there's no, yeah, they did a really great job on that. Excuse me, I forgot to set my cell phone to silence. I'm just real quick gonna do that. There it is. And it is such a great, like, it's so satisfying for the audience to see, because nobody likes that guy. Nobody likes the guy who says, you can't do that because the rules are this, you know, he's a jacket Nazi. He's a dress code Nazi. You know, and basically, and I also like, you know, he walks into the kitchen. He's like, do you speak English? And I think the guy says no in Spanish or shakes his head or something. And then he holds up a you know, a bill. I didn't catch how many dollar bill it is. How about American? And that, yeah, the guy understands money, you know. Please tell me you didn't come all the way to Panama for the water. And yeah, and Gretchen reveals she knows who he is, so he realizes what the situation is. No, he is there to meet her, even though he thought LJ was going to be there. And Sophia is still outside the fence, like, bring out your dad. Excuse me. And she checks the pockets of all the dead people and finds a message in the pocket of one of them. So we realize that's what Brad put there for. You know, I didn't remember at this point that he was called Whistler, so I called him That's Not Chicken Man. And Lincoln tells Michael he has to break out James Whistler. And Michael looks really distraught, it's like he doesn't know what show he's on. Again, I'm obviously joking. It's a great, yeah, this is the first time we've seen him really, like, I don't know how to get out of this prison, basically. You know, he didn't study Sona before coming in there. You know, there were times where they had to change the plan while in Fox River, but he went in there with a plan that took everything into account. Now, let's see. Yeah, so is this the I'm sorry, I forget if this is the end of this episode, but I think it is. Yeah, Lincoln explains to Michael, if you don't break out James Whistler, Sarah and LJ die, and that's a great, you know, that's the hook. Now you want to watch the rest of the season. You know, even if the episode up to that point was, even if you didn't love everything about it, you're like, okay, I need to see this, you know, and let's see. It's a clever concept. Yeah, this is not specific to this episode, but about the season in general. It's a clever concept that where Fox River was a place with a lot of guards, a lot of rules, Sona is a place with no guards and no rules. Essentially, you know, there are some rules, but it's not the way that, you know, basically they have freedom of movement. You know, they're not confined to their cells the way that they were in Fox River. And yeah, like in Fox River, if you're found in a place you're not supposed to be, there's consequences. On this show, I mean, yeah, you're not allowed to go into someone else's cell without their permission, but that's pretty much it. You know, other than that, you can be. I mean, they don't spend very much time in their own cells. Where in Fox River, clearly they ended up spending a lot of time in their cells, and that's where Michael had to, or had a lot of time and opportunity to dig that first tunnel. You know, yeah, there's a lot of freedom of movement, but there are a lot of prisoners who have a certain amount of power, and they have to be carefully maneuvered. Now, yeah, so the following, I forget which episode this happens in. I feel like it's the season opener, but I don't remember for sure. But there's an episode where the prostitute who's with Lechero, first, you know, he's talking about Michael Schofield, and first she tries to reassure him, saying, you know, oh, you're more appealing than Michael, and he says, oh, you're just flattering me. You know, tell me the truth. But then when she says, yeah, Michael is also appealing, that then he also, you know, he's angry with her, and like I think he like throws her out of there, basically. This is an example of the following type of misogyny. Some men hate women right after they've had sex with them because they feel like the woman has power over them, and since they believe that women are inherently inferior to men, it makes them feel weak to realize that a woman has power over them, and that's why no matter what no matter what she says in this situation, he's upset with her. There's a yeah, she didn't say anything. She never said something that was legitimately like awful, you know, but he just, yeah. I mean, he's basically looking for an excuse. Anyway, yet another great season opener. 3 for 3 so far. Fire, water, 50-40. Now, let's see. Yeah, and right at the start of the episode, we're told, now that Michael knows to look for Whistler, he asks Lewis, and he's told what, yeah, I'm not going to restate the details. Again, the idea with these videos is you watch the video or part of the video right after watching, with an episode fresh in your memory, basically. But yeah, I think it's a good idea to quickly. I don't think this should have been in episode 1 because episode 1 sets up what Sona is and ends on the first season. The first episode ends on the note that Michael is, when you see the tattoos, you really see, okay, he knows how to get out of there. It's not just, it would be impossible to remember all these details, but he has all this stuff tattooed on his body. Let's see, season 2, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's basically that it's that they're it's very clear that they're on the run. Oh wait, yeah, I think, isn't it that it's very clear that Mahone understands, he's as smart as Michael, and he's capable of decoding Michael's messages and has access to some of them. So it really does seem like just a matter of time before he's going to catch them. And here we know the new setup is he has to break out with James Whistler, and he has a week to do it. So the yeah, and now that that's set up and we get, episode 2, we're told who is Whistler, why is he in prison, and the fact that everyone is looking for him because he's a get out of Sona free card, basically. And the water barrel is knocked over, and I really, that it's such a great, like, if you only watch one episode of this season, I think this is the one that is the best at this sort of self-contained thing, because you can basically, like, you don't need to know very much about these characters. You can just sit down and watch this and just appreciate, this is basically, Lechero can't maintain his power if he can't get them water. And that really is a very clever and gradually build. I don't know if I love that, like, the guy who, you know, the guy we keep seeing who tries to basically really get a a movement going against Lechero. He seems like, he doesn't, he stands up and shouts, but he doesn't only do that. He's also like kind of excited. Like, what was that thing they said in a Cracked video that Al Pacino always seems happy to be mad, or something like that. He seems really happy considering that they're dealing with this situation. And anyway, no, it's very memorable, and they had to give him something to do that wasn't just shouting. Sometimes it'll cut to him and the people chanting very briefly, and we'll see him standing there laughing. They wouldn't have had the same effect if he was just standing there still shouting something, because he doesn't need to keep shouting. They're already, and it's very, because at the end of the day, Lechero, they only have a few guys, and even if, what does he have, like 5 guards or something? Even if all of them, we see that at least one has a baseball bat. We know that some of them have knives and like shivs and shanks and such. That's not enough for this. I forget if we're told exactly how many, but certainly some dozen. Like in the crowd shots, I'd say there are 50, maybe more. If all of them charge, like, what good is a, like, let's say that several people charge one guy with a knife. You know, if one of them is like a complete, just has a martyr complex or something, he's just gonna jump on the knife and basically, like, if he wraps his arms around the guy also, then the guy is gonna have a hard time getting the knife back out of his body in order to stab someone else. And then a couple of guys grab him by the arms, and what is he gonna do? And okay, that's only one guy, but if there's only 5 guys, what's that? Like 15 men or something? And if there are like 50 of them, and they can just keep, running in there and attacking. So it's a very clever, and it's also it's one of those things where you kind of have to do this sort of thing early in the season, because it's kind of an obvious question. How stable is Lechero's power? How what would cost him his power with the prisoners? And yeah, it's very nicely done. Now, there will be more water. When? I said there will be more water. So basically, ask again later. Let's see. Yeah, and Michael gets some information about Brad in exchange for water. Given how much like a video game Michael breaking out of prison is, it was only a matter of time before he found himself in a sewer level. And Michael doesn't express a lot of sympathy or empathy for Whistler. He probably believes this is someone who works for the company. And again, later, over the course of the season, he maybe comes to trust him more. But then at the end of the season, it's basically confirmed he is working, in the season finale, it's like there never were any coordinates. It was just something like, at the end of this season, we don't know what Whistler is going to do for the company, but they wanted, you know, yeah, it's a he's going to willingly work with them. It's not just that he's going to hand over some information and they're going to let him go. So again, the show sets up it it's because it means that we, the audience, get to thinking of these things, and then when the show says no, that hasn't happened, we're like, oh, phew, okay, proceed. What does happen? And then later when they do bring it up, it they get to have that effect of it still, because yeah, it is a fairly obvious, like, well, if the company wants him, maybe he's willingly working with the company, for the company. I'm just briefly going to make sure I put that in the review file. So, Prison Break. Let's see. I guess set up, then thing doesn't go as expected. It may mean they do it again later. And it does go as expected. So, audience does not see where show is going. Obviously, I'm gonna write. That's just the, yeah, I'm gonna write it more eloquently when I, but once again, or yeah, I'm gonna voice type it eloquently when I, yeah, I'm just writing down enough so that I can remember what I was gonna say. Excuse me. And yeah, Jodlin, it's just, sorry. This was back when I wasn't entirely sure what she was called. So I just voice typed Jodlin O'Keefe. Gretchen, basically presses the skip button on the part where Lincoln makes threats. And then instead of saying blah, blah, blah or yada, yada, she says bop, bop, bop. I'm not sure I've heard that said elsewhere. It was slightly awkward. I feel like the actress did what she could to deliver it in a way that sounded okay, but it was kind of awkwardly written. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, at the end of it, he does still make some threats, but I do appreciate that basically she says, "Don't bother threatening me," and then at the end of the conversation, he says, "I'm not coming after you. I'm going to hurt your family like you hurt my family." And it is this thing, like, clearly the writers don't like the idea of someone being completely disempowered if it's someone that the audience is rooting for. Sometimes the villains do get, but we they have this idea that the audience will just think, I don't know, maybe some audience members do. I remember hearing that, I don't remember if it's both or if it's either Robert Rodriguez or Quentin Tarantino, but they both appear on the same commentary track on From Dusk Till Dawn, and they talk about, I guess I shouldn't, I don't know if it's a spoiler, but I'm not going to say it. There is a character in that movie who is in a situation where he's worried about the safety of other people that he cares about, and where in a lot of movies that character stays quiet and tries to do what the others say. In that movie, he will sometimes say things that very clearly could provoke a, you know, and they talk about on the commentary track that they were worried, that they felt like in a lot of scenes like that, the audience ends up thinking that that character is weak for not fighting more. I don't know. I've always thought, well, yeah, of course you don't want to antagonize them. It doesn't make you weak. I don't know. Anyway, this show has that same thing going where they really don't want. But anyway, yeah, I think every single thing I've seen Jodie O'Keefe in, I've really enjoyed her performance. Halloween H2O, though there she isn't really scary or intense, and I'm not talking about that movie as a whole. The movie has good points and bad points. I'm not reviewing that movie here. I've done a video on it, and I'm doing more because I don't think I talked about that movie for all that long. Anyway, yeah, The Crow Salvation, although again, she isn't scary or intense, but yeah, Charmed, Two and a Half Men, and this scary and intense very, like, consistently. Now, yeah, when I watched this season for the first time when it first aired, I was really glad to see her be on the show, and excuse me, I really enjoy her time on the show, both, excuse me, back when it first aired and on rewatch. Now, yeah, so um, Lewis tells Mahone how, if you kill Whistler, you get to go to court with a judge friendly to the mayor, I think it was, yeah. Let's be friends. Unless you think we should be enemies. No, I think we should be enemies. Yeah, I don't think I can imitate that voice properly, so I suppose there's a chance the reference goes unnoticed. Let's see. Yeah, Sucre threatens Brad Bellick, who insists he didn't capture the, yeah. And, I mean, basically, I really feel bad for the character that I don't blame the actress for trying. She's got to do what's best for her career. But I mean, yeah, they didn't have her, and that's why she's not in this season. That's why she's not in very much of second season. In season one, she appears whenever it makes sense for her to appear. But then after season one, she went on a different show, and they only barely had her back at all. So she's always just off camera, or you know, yeah, they always make up some reason why. And now she's back in the States, and Sucre is going to try to he's going to try to make some money here in Panama and send it back to the States, and yeah. And Brad pleads with Sucre to help him to call his mom, and Sucre runs off, and it's this thing of, something that Brad keeps experiencing. Now that he doesn't have power, the people who do have power or have more power than him don't treat him that well because he's been such, you know, yeah, they don't have any reason to treat him well. He's not given them any reason to treat, so yeah, I again, and this is something that real life bullies have experienced. They maybe have a lot of power in a certain job, then they get fired like Brad did, and suddenly no one will help them, and they have a lot of trouble getting by. And yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and put that anti-bullying. Break. And there's also a lot of characters who get to get revenge on their bullies and such, or get away with insulting them or such. And we see Mahone going into the sewer looking for Whistler. We know from season 2 that he's willing to kill people if it means he gets to be free. And it's this very, like, this is not the first time we see him trying to kill someone so that he himself, gets a better situation. But it plays differently, sort of, because it used to be, this is the first time he's been in prison on the show and in the entire life of the character. So he really does, like, there's a, what's the word? Basically, yeah, I mean, before he was a threat to the Fox River Eight, but now, like, we're thinking, well, if he kills Whistler, Michael's never gonna get out of there. Now, and Whistler can't quite suppress a cough. Now, and yeah, there's such great, like, tension as the situation with the water isn't getting resolved, as people are getting even increasingly thirsty, and Mahone gets closer to Whistler, and then some other guys realize Whistler's down there, so they get closer, and Mahone has to, like, fight them off, and yeah. Now, let's see. Yeah, we see. Yeah, let's see. Lechero tells Teabag to give each man a little bit of water, and the guy outside has now started a riot. And he actually, doesn't he make, like, he says, oh, yeah, so he's going to give us a little bit of water. That's not anywhere near enough. So it actually almost makes things worse. Because before they were like, well, maybe eventually he'll get us more water. But then that's all the water he's going to give us, you know. And Teabag has more power than Brad in a prison. It's a very unusual situation. I really appreciate how well this show does at putting the characters in situations that are very unusual for them. So, wow, look at that halo just appeared. Look at that halo just appeared above your head. That's amazing. And Mahone just keeps saying back up. Must be really worried about losing his data. And yeah, and Teabag tells Lechero he can't trust Michael. Yeah, and the cops talk to Sucre, and the crap. Wait, was she pregnant, or did she have a very small child? I right now I can't remember, but you know, after the cops talk to him, she looks uncomfortable around him, and he doesn't take the bus. It's basically like she can tell that he doesn't want, like, he's scared the police will realize something about him, and he's fortunate enough they don't realize it. And yeah, he's thinking, if I get home, you know, I'm gonna be no good for her, basically. And Louis still thinks that Michael is going to use the liquor for a party, and Michael asks for plastic bags, and you know, ultimately he's like, I don't want to know what you use it for, and don't tell anybody that I helped you with this. And yeah, Lincoln grabs the book from Sophia because, you know, he basically thinks that there's some, you know, he realizes now that Whistler and her are, you know, have some sort of relationship, and he thinks that Whistler is working for the company, and that Sophia is also knowingly working for the company. And you know, it becomes clear, you know, she's like, what are you talking about? I really appreciate, you know, again, having, I record this having just rewatched the season finale. I really appreciate how much their relationship changes over the course of this season, because the season ends with him by her hospital bed, and you know, watching. Yeah, they do a really great job. And there's also an episode of this season where she threatens him with a gun. So, let's see. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, Lechero calls the colonel, and you know, he's told he can't get water again until the day after tomorrow, and at that point he can get chased by ice if he would prefer that. And that also, you know, really establishes the colonel and he have an agreement, but he doesn't get to make demands, you know, yeah, which is again something that's important to establish early in the season, because otherwise the audience might think, for one thing, can he help with the escape then? If the colonel is fine with all this stuff going on inside Sona that shouldn't be, no, Lucero isn't in any position to make demands from him. And let's see, yeah, basically, it's good to establish where the boundary is, so that, you know, if the audience is sitting at home thinking, why doesn't Michael just talk to Lucero and Lucero will talk to the colonel? You don't you want to, if you're telling a story, you want to have a certain level of control over where the mind of the audience is. Are they focused on what they're seeing? Are they pondering? Are you don't want them to only follow along. You want them to also like think, oh well, does that mean that this and this? But you don't want their mind going in a direction that you don't intend to go yourself, because they're just going to be let down. Now, okay, the CGI is really obvious when Michael puts the bag down the pipe. I get this was probably the best you know, they could afford and accomplish in the short time. I guess what I'm saying is they should have, like, they should have trimmed it for, they we shouldn't have seen it for as many seconds as we do. Basically, it's yeah. I'm sorry. It's just very obvious. Most of the time, the show doesn't spend enough time showing us something CGI that we realize it's for sure just CGI. Yeah, just because the show does have CGI, it just tends to hide it a lot better. And Michael has trouble lighting the match with great tension and suspense. Because, this is not like he didn't go to a store and buy a brand new one. No, these are kind of old, and some of them don't work so well. And we realized that what Michael was doing was clearing the water pipe. And it's, again, you think back, oh, that's why he was like hitting the pipe and suddenly he stopped. He was finding out where is the blockage. And Lucero tells Michael, Whistler, what is it he says? Clear as a blue sky. So that, again, now the rest of the season can focus on, Michael getting Whistler out of Sona now that he's safe in Sona. And again, it's this thing like, if they had, let's see, if Whistler was just a free man from the start of the season, it wouldn't be quite as effective. Basically, hypothetically, let's say that Whistler was a free man. I don't remember how long he's been in Sona, but he certainly wasn't put in when Michael was. He's been there for at least a little while. Why hasn't he been working on his own escape if he's so excited about escaping? Well, he can't, because if anybody sees him, he's a dead man. There you go. So, yeah, and Sucre talks to Maricruz on the phone, tells her, I'm no good for you, I'll send money. And he says goodbye. Why? Because I said so. Because you said so, why? And yeah, we see that Lincoln, he hands back the book, but he, he knew that she would ask for the book, so he bought one just like it so that he could give that to her, keep the other one that he took from Sophia. I think this is the part where Gretchen has the line, I know, they told me your brother got the brains in the family, but I didn't think you would be this stupid, which is a great line. It's like, obviously the audience, like, we like Lincoln more than we like her. But it's like, you do really get, yeah. it really gets across how angry she is. So yeah, and we see Lechero drown the guy who started the riot because now nobody, you know, people were only angry at Lechero because there was no water. Now there's water again. So, and that also really underlines how brutal he is. You know, he doesn't have to do anything to this guy. This guy is completely, he has no power compared to Lechero anymore. But Lechero drowns him, and I mean, it's not, he doesn't do it right in front of everyone, but very likely people are going to hear that guy was drowned. So that conveys the message, if you try to start a riot against Lechero, he will murder you. And Whistler is actually played by the guy who plays Frank Martin in the Transporter series. So that's actually, you know, back when I first, well, yeah, that show hadn't been created when this season of this show aired, but I do like, yeah, I mean, let's see, is it, yeah, okay, I'm not gonna mention, just in case, I know some people consider it a spoiler if you say how many episodes are of a show before they've watched it. He's in, he's the lead in that show, so I have a very strong, you know, I know exactly what he's like on that show. It's it's very different to see, like on this show he smiles a lot, and not a lot, but he. Oh wait, sorry. I'm thinking of the special features. I think is where he smiles, but yeah, it's just really wild for me to see the, yeah. And in this, he is playing an Australian, which is what he is in real life. Where on that show, he's playing a Brit. I honestly forgot that Whistler got out of the sewer this early in the season. I remember that he started out there. I did not remember he was out by episode 2 of 13. Call waiting? 122.10. Let's see. Yeah, and Lechero tells Michael they don't have a relationship where he can ask Lechero for things, you know, and again, that is important to establish. You know, yeah, he's the water was something Michael did for him, but they don't have a relationship where he can just come and ask for things. Go on, Michael. Your mother's calling you. So, yeah, and you know, Michael doesn't believe. You know, Michael's like, okay, you're obviously, okay, you're not really a fisherman. You know why I know that? Because you're really obviously not a fisherman. But Whistler doesn't trust Michael enough to tell him what he really is. And yeah, by the end of the season, you realize no, that's simply because if he told him the truth, Michael, you know, Michael doesn't want to help the company. I think an argument could maybe be made that it is frustrating that by the end of the season we still don't know exactly what, you know, yeah, the only thing we know is that apparently he worked in that, yeah, wait, was it that he worked in the place that the French Teague did, or was it that the French guy worked in that place and he came to visit and he knew him under a different name, something. But yeah, at the end of the season, we still don't know what he does and what he's going to do for the company. We just know that I mean, he's an operative for the company and he got caught and they couldn't get him out without without someone breaking him out of the prison. Ultimately, I mean, I hope that they don't play coy with it in season 4, but at the end of the day, it is only for a little of this season that we know for sure that he's intentionally working with the company, rather than just they want something from him. So it's not forever that passes without knowing. Yeah. I am just briefly going to make a note. That the show, let's see, answers questions. And mysteries to satisfy the audience curiosity. There we go. Susan is such a commanding presence. They continue on the show to have very commanding presence for the villain characters. Excuse me. And yeah, we start to see that Mahoney is having severe withdrawal symptoms. And yeah, and Michael is trying to figure out what Sarah was communicating. And let's see. Yeah, we see, Lechero's angry that the cell phone is out of electricity. And, the camera makes it clear Teabag is the one who unplugged it. But because Lechero trusts him, if Sammy was in charge, he would immediately say, I mean, Teabag wouldn't be working for him anymore, but he would immediately say Teabag did it. But basically, Lechero, he's not going to go person by person, because they're not going to, they're not going to admit it anyway. But basically, yeah, Teabag is in a situation where he can do things like that and get away with it because Lechero has a level of trust for him, while the others, yeah. Let's see. And Mahoney is told it'll be nearly an entire year before he goes to court. Excellent acting. He's shaking all over because of the withdrawal, and they use close-ups and some quick cutting to emphasize. Very nicely done. Not excessively stylized. It's the right amount. Let's see. And Mahoney gets very angry because of the situation, so the guards shoot at his feet. Very, yeah. They're really good at setting up these situations and then over time developing them. Now, yeah, so Teabag swipes the cell phone, gives it to Michael, warns him 26 minutes, no more. Again, very, very tense and suspenseful. And yeah, and Lincoln tells Michael the call isn't even a sure thing. And we see Sophia following. And yeah, Michael does get to talk to Sarah on the phone, and they talk in code so he can deduce where she is, but he's having trouble with the code. Very clever. Like, I miss the way we used to talk. Do you remember the way we used to talk? And just like to make completely sure that they're both going to be able to talk in code. And she says, "It's a lost cause. I feel like I'm, what was it? You're at midnight and I'm here at 3 a.m. or something like that." And eventually he realizes, well, the patron saint of lost causes, it's the, there is a place named after the saint, but there's also a part of the specific city that's, you know, and he goes there and he finds the Lincoln goes there, finds the, what's it called? Yeah, it's, it's as if, if the, 12 on the clock and then three, the arm, yeah, very, very clever. It sounded a lot like Sarah's voice. I guess they had her do the voice the same way that they had Patricia Wettig do the Caroline voice, but only the voice, so that I guess the actor was doing another show or something. I don't remember if Sarah. Yeah, Sarah Wayne Callies was maybe doing a different show, and anyway, in the for this season, the way that Patricia Wettig was for most of season two. And yeah, and Teabag has to stall Lechero, and let's see, but Lechero does realize the phone hasn't been charging. In other words, someone has grabbed it, so he hits redial. Lincoln picks up, and while he's of course smart enough not to reply verbally, they're gonna investigate the number. Now, so let's see. Yeah, and we have this, problem where Lincoln can't speak Spanish, so he can't talk to, a lot of the locals he's not going to be able to talk to. And it makes a lot of sense because he hadn't exactly had a lot of time to learn, and he only found out they were going to a Spanish-speaking country when they were working on escaping. It's possible he could have asked for English to Spanish books, but that would have probably looked very suspicious considering he was on death row. Like if he asked to, like, I don't know, a Bible or something, they'd be like, well, yeah, that makes sense that but he, English to Spanish, okay, that sounds like he's planning on escaping. And yeah, and Lincoln does find the right place, and they were trying to escape, but they're put in a van, drive off, and Susan is told that Lincoln made a move, and she does not look happy about it. I mean, I think they do a really good job this season of keeping that, like, every so often they'll like if it's, yeah, like it's, what's a good metaphor, like the, yeah, if it was like a pot of water on the stove, every so often they'll turn up the heat, but they never stay on a really high level of heat for so long that it's just, okay, it's getting ridiculous that they're not being able to, yeah, I guess in the metaphor, the water would evaporate, no, and then they'll turn it back down, but not so far that, the water completely stops boiling or that it goes like that the, yeah, they never turn off the heat, they never let the audience forget or stop caring about it, because really, like, if you just sat down and counted, I mean, okay, so there's this escape attempt, there's when they threaten, yeah, they threaten LJ with a knife to his throat, like, Susan holds the knife to his throat and puts him on the phone. Let's see, there's the part where they crash into Sucre's car and Lincoln tries to free them, but, you know, yeah, two human shield situation. They have the, yeah, and then the finale, there are a lot of different times. Yeah, and when Gretchen goes with the general to where LJ was held, there's a, over the course of 13 episodes, there are a number of times where they bring up the idea of them getting free. Because if really long passes without us seeing them at all, then yeah, it's, just eventually we wouldn't care as much anymore. And if there aren't at least every so often, escape attempts, it also can maybe end up feeling like, well, they're never gonna get out of there, I guess. You know, I feel like they did a. I suppose you could maybe say, considering that they killed Sarah so early, it almost seems weird that they. I mean, I get that they don't want to kill LJ because he's the only bargaining. Uh, what's it called? Yeah, he's the only thing left for them to bargain with. But she does threaten sending Lincoln pieces of LJ, and she never does start doing that despite all these. I think that could maybe, but I don't blame them for not, like, then the actor has to walk around with, like, yeah, then every time, I don't know if it's exactly what they would have cut off, but if they have to show, if they every single time have, yeah, they had some things, part cut off Michael, but it was his toes. We never see his toes. So, yeah, I mean, I guess they could have done that with LJ. They could have had toes come. Anyway, let's see. And Whistler tries to appeal to Schofield, tries to tell him the truth. Now that he realizes that Schofield only helps people he trusts and has some, you know, that he thinks are on the right side. Because Whistler, as a company man, is used to, like, he knows that some different people have to be approached differently, but the company, one of the main things they use are threats of violence and then secrecy. And he can't really threaten Michael with violence, that doesn't make sense, so he tries to keep secrets instead. And yeah, and so, the whole thing with the book, by the end of the season, we realized the book was always worthless, really. It's just, I I mean, there was a lot of emphasis on whether whether Whistler would have time with the book, and if Lincoln could crack the code in the book, and these things. I mean, ultimately, I think if they didn't want Whistler at all, then it would have felt like, uh, yeah, a cheat. But ultimately, it was about Whistler. Something Whistler does for the company. Excuse me. And yeah, and Sammy abuses Teabag, and let's see. So Teabag claims to Lechero that he's being betrayed. Obviously, he's trying to get rid of Sammy. Ultimately, he doesn't manage to get things to a point where he gets rid of Sammy, but we realize that that's what, basically he's waiting for an opening. He's waiting for a situation where he can, what's the word? Let's see. Where he, yeah, where he can get more power. And basically, the, yeah, at the end of the season, we see that now that Lechero is dying, he he kills him, and this, and then gets the power in Sona. And let's see, yeah, Lechero can't see Teabag's face, but the camera can. It's made clear Teabag was hoping that Lechero would ask him, you're going to be my ears, report everything that goes on when I'm not around. And that also, right away, we realize, you know, if if Lechero didn't believe Teabag when he said that, then that would have told the audience he has complete faith in the guys who work for him. But because he says this instead, we realize he does actually think that some of them might betray him. And that is a thing, like, so many, in history, so many people who had a ton of power were killed by their bodyguards, or, someone close to them, someone they trusted. Now, let's see. Yeah, and yeah, Susan confronts Lincoln, and she says she left something for Lincoln, and, what's in the box? And we're not going to find out until the next episode, but there's like some blood from it, so we realize, yeah. And at the time, I thought it was going to be a finger cut off from LJ. But yeah, in the end credits, a different actor than Sarah Wayne Callies is listed as playing Sarah. And I'm guessing that was the physical, and that's why we didn't see her face, of course. And the camera made it seem as though the reason was that we saw the outside, so that when Lincoln looks up at the statue, we're like, well, that's the one she was looking at, so yeah. So, good fences, 141.20. Only 3 episodes. Let's see, that's a fourth. Okay, so I should. This is still gonna end up a long video, even though I'm trying to avoid these being, excuse me, so long. And yeah, okay, so I'm gonna, let's see. Yeah, and Lincoln doesn't tell Michael what was in the box, and let's see. Yeah, and we're told, yeah, it's clear that it is Sarah's head, and Susan calls and says that she didn't want to cut up Sarah, and that actually it was very distressing for her, which is a nice, like, that is something that, for obvious reasons, that's not something we think about a lot. But I could imagine that probably is, like, even, like, you would have to be a complete sociopath, not feel anything at all, to not feel at least some, like, even if you hate the person that you're doing it to, just, it must feel unnatural to cut another human being. And yeah, it's a, she didn't have to the writers didn't have to have her character say that. And yeah, she said, analyze the handwriting, so they know that the book he gave is not Whistler, it's his own. And yeah, so he gives back the book, and that is like, I don't know that I personally feel that they needed to do that, but the people who feel that it looks weak to not fight people like that, to go along with what they're saying, you know, yeah, they, to them it is necessary. And again, it's a good idea to have it early in the season, so that we're not constantly wondering. I'm not saying they're necessarily wrong, I just don't agree with them. Let's see. This is the first time we've seen Mahone's actual hallucinations. We've never seen him this long without taking drugs. And yeah, and Michael tells Mahone he's in. He needs a black felt tip pen, and Bellick asks Mahone to be in on the plan. So Mahone asks him, "Do you have a pen?" "Not on me." It's pretty funny. Like, well, then you don't have a pen now, do you, Brad? It's not like just say no. You don't have to explain. Like, the pen is not in his mind, but it is in a place that he can't get to it. In other words, he doesn't have a pen. Yeah, and Mahone is hallucinating haywire. I honestly did not expect that to be him, but I'm always happy to see more of Haywire. I honestly thought that he would be seeing Shales, but obviously the person he's hallucinating is telling him you're being, Michael is tricking you, he's lying, he's gonna leave you behind. And yeah, that would be Haywire, that wouldn't be Shales. Now, I like that they're calling it No Man's Land. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Brad has some really great phrases. Yeah, and I'm single because I'm choosy. I don't need to know how to change a diaper to know when it stinks. See, the Sona guards know how to deal with PI. Pointing an assault rifle at them, yeah, that's going to prevent them from, tunneling out the way they did at Fox River. Again, I'm obviously not saying that it would make sense for them to do that in Fox River. And Whistler reveals he knows about Fox River. And yeah, and Michael tells Whistler was that I think Mahone is escaping. He thinks he's escaping with him, but he isn't really. And that's also really great. Like, of the 3 seasons, 2 of them have people breaking out of prison, and both cases, someone is being promised they'll get out of prison that Michael isn't intending to help get out of prison. And actually, there was some, the alliances during season 2 was also kind of, yeah. You think I'm a punk? Original meaning, I guess? Using that word for its original meaning, maybe? Well-dressed hooker? Apparently, according to that college humor video. I never got around to looking up myself. And let's see. Yeah, we see a flashback to Michael dealing with power. He caught the power. And and Teabag suffocates Nieves. I want to say the drug deal makes it look like he overdosed. He knows they're not going to do an autopsy inside the what does the guards clearly don't care how these people die. They're going to remove them once they're dead because it can really, like, it's easier to remove the dead bodies than it is to deal with all the people getting sick because they didn't remove the dead bodies. So they're going to do that, but they don't care if this guy was suffocated or overdosed or what. So that's a way for Teabag to move up the hierarchy. and Lechero is like, what do you know about this? And he claims he doesn't know anything about it. And at first the audience is like, oh, does he realize that this guy was suffocated? But he instead says, did you know he was using? And that's, yeah. And he claims, I don't know anything about drugs, which tells Lechero that means that he isn't gonna take any of the drugs himself. And I mean, Nieves did say, I don't have to, I don't do a hard sell, my product speaks for itself, or something like that. So, yeah, Lechero doesn't need someone who knows product to sell, because there's only the one product. So, yeah, people are going to buy or they're not going to buy, whatever. I appreciate that we only see hallucination of Haywire, very short bits. The show Lost would sometimes show hallucinations for minutes on end, and after a while it got hard to take it seriously. But in this show, so far, in these first 3 seasons, there hasn't been a single hallucination that was hard to take seriously. And it's not like I'm saying there's nothing the show does. I maintain that it was silly to retcon Michael as having tried to escape from jail when he was like 10 years old because his stepfather locked him in a dark room. No, I'm sorry, that's silly. That's just, yeah, anyway. And Gretchen shoots the gravedigger, and that, let's see. Yeah, and that actually is a what's the word? That, so Sucre takes that job instead, and yeah, I like that. That's the because that allows them to do several things that I quite appreciate they did. T-Bag and Mahone did not meet face to face until this season, did they? And yeah, and Lechero punishes Brad for being a rat with bad information, so he's basically in the same situation the tweener was in with him in the first season. Lechero burnt Brad's back. He is not a nice person. And let's see. Yeah, and with Schofield moving into the cell that he told Lechero he wanted, we see from the view, yeah, there's clearly something he needed there. And Mahone has realized the black felt tip pen was something Michael told him to do as busy work, and he threatens Michael with a knife. Honestly, I feel like, would Michael really forget to bring the pen? I don't know. I mean, he is under a lot of stress, and he's thinking up the plan as he goes along. Okay, fair enough. I guess that's. So yeah, the reason Haywire Uzu Mahone sees is that Mahone knows that Michael manipulated him, so he feels like he's in the same situation as Haywire was. And Haywire continues to be obsessed with mazes. Obviously, at first he's talking about an actual maze, the map on Michael's skin. But then, when he got caught trying to escape, he also started talking about mazes. And, now he's talking about mazes to Mahone here, and he talked to Mahone about mazes right before he killed himself. And yeah, so Sucre is hired as the new gravedigger since he needs money to send back home. That was specifically the reason he wasn't helping out with the escape this time. So very clever. We think that he isn't going to end up helping. And then instead, yeah. Yeah. And Whistler gets the book back, but there's a message inside: you're running out of time. Kessel. It's a chemical that kills the odors produced by decomposing bodies. And when heated to the right temperature, it eats through steel. That's good, because Sucre would look ridiculous standing out there with 2 tubes of toothpaste. So that's why they needed the power on for the electric fence. They needed to heat the material once, he sprays it on the fence, and then the fence heats it up because it's an electrical fence. Very clever. Okay, that was better. That was... I gotta keep to a decently fast pace, so it's gonna get crazy long as well. Interference, 155.40. And yeah, so Michael watches the rat. Them shooting the rat and it essentially blowing up is the most gory thing we've seen so far in the show. I guess they could get away with it because of the fact that it's a rat, not a human, but yeah. And I don't doubt, like, yeah, when shot with a projectile like that, it would probably blow up like that. But yeah, that was... wow. I'm looking forward to you getting off my back. Okay, let me get off that thing. A new prisoner? Oh no, it's Reed, the pervert from Star Trek Enterprise. I gotta admit, I'm kind of glad he wasn't in more of this season. I don't blame the actors from that show that much because I think they did what they could with what they were given. But he was really creepy on that show. And I'm sorry, it's kind of hard for me to completely, like, separate the two, I guess. And Lincoln still isn't telling Michael that Sarah is dead. Man, they really robbed Reed, even took the shirt off his back. Who are you looking at? That guy. I know him. Very tense with the... yeah. Yeah. And Michael with the binoculars, very tense. Lincoln, calm down. Sounds like you and your brother are in over your head. There's a bad joke in there about Sarah, and the writers didn't want to work it out, apparently. Again, I'm kidding. This guy thinks he's auditioning for Buckingham Palace. And yeah, so Reed was listening, and sorry, Teague. It's... yeah, to me he's Reed listening to Michael, but he got away before Michael spotted him, but bumps into Mahone, who tells him, mind your own business. And it was also a good exchange. So, what are you doing here? Maybe you should mind your own business. Maybe you should take your own advice. Yeah, Sophia and Lincoln get stopped because the road is close to Sona. If I catch you out here again, I'm going to remember you. That's either a threat or very romantic. And ultimately, they do never really go... yeah, I mean, ultimately, it does just mean that they're... it underlines for the audience they're not gonna be able to escape through there, because they go to the beach instead of using the roads. tell me why we can't get you out of here the day after tomorrow. Because he's not a big fan of Roland Emmerich. I suppose, sorry, I suppose it's supposed to be Lechero's point of view, but that was a very lecherous pan across the body of the prostitute. And we see a lot of the cons are listening to the radio. Clearly, they don't want to miss sports. They would disappoint Brad. Yeah, I think that's about as much as I can do to reference that. I acknowledge it's a bit vague. Holy crap, Michael briefly accidentally blinds one of the guards, so he shoots at him and they have to go into the yard. They thought it was a rifle scope pointing at the guard. Very, yeah. In this world, sister, we are all prostitutes. You are a queen. I know part of it is probably that he's trying to calm her down so they won't be caught, but what he's saying to her is reassuring and sweet. And yeah, the end of the season is, they're still they are working together. She had access to Lechero's money from outside the prison, and she's going to hold on to it for him. Now, yeah, so Michael, let's see. Yeah, I cannot tell what that says. Okay, so let me think. Yeah, the guard points the gun at Michael's forehead for the cell thing. Why were you watching me? And cuts to commercial, cuts back. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Why were you watching me? Did time pass in the episode while there was a commercial break? Did he just keep asking over and over, or did they sit there in complete silence? And yeah, Whisper said he was using it to do bird watching. And yeah, and they locked the cell so they no longer have that. And yeah, Teabag takes credit for the money that the woman dropped. Now you do the thinking for me. Yeah, and Mahone points out about the coffee cups. We get to that cup, we get to the man. Photo finish 204.20. It wasn't until this episode that I realized just how bad, you know, yeah, I'm just gonna call him Reed's French accent is. I've never been to Nice. You've never been to Nice either. Teague thinks that Brad wants sex with him and makes the others laugh at him. Brad really does have no luck with making friends and the like. And yeah, and Susan talks to LJ about an escape attempt. She comes off as genuinely affected, and we see that in addition to the scars on, oh right, yeah, on her back, that was in the that was sorry, season opener, as well as she has scars on her thighs, and she explains them. Yet again, a villain character on the show with dimension. Excuse me. Teabag provokes Lechero's right-hand man. I forget if this is maybe the episode where Sammy, yeah, Sammy calls Teabag boy, and Teabag also calls Sammy boy, and I think it's, basically Teabag isn't that good at suppressing his racism. We saw that when he was in Fox River and when they were digging for money in Utah. And yeah, there's a huge difference between Sammy calling, a white guy from the South boy and a white guy from the South calling a black man boy, and yeah. And Lincoln gets Sophia to tell him about the coffee cup. She's like the Starbucks whisperer or something. And Agent Lane showed up for home. I was in the neighborhood. And this is the most upset we've seen Lane so far. And let's see. Yeah, and Teague is killed, so Lechero calls out for information on who killed him and believes that. Let me think for a second. Believes that Lewis saw who killed him, and Whistler's taken there for confession. I guess by the end of the season, we're supposed to think back and figure that he was the one who killed him in order to keep that information, because several people have a clear motive. Now you want to tell me how I favor the rich? It really was just a matter of time before Lechero got Dimension as well. So, yeah, the only villain character who hasn't gotten any is Blondie and the General, and I think the General gets some later. Maybe, yeah, at some point in season 4. I think. I might be misremembering. Stop, you're hurting my feelings. But yeah, Michael believes that Brad killed Teague. And Sammy tells Teabag one way or another he's going in the ring with him today. There's some tension and suspense over whether Lincoln gives the guard the coffee with the drug in it, and Sophia has to come up with a lie, and Lincoln immediately picks up where she's going with it. I really would like if there's like a gag reel where she walks up to Lincoln and it's like, please, I have to go to Sona. And he's like, sure, jump in. We'll get there lickety split or something. That would be really funny. Because obviously, the reason she's asking Lincoln is so that the guard will hear it. If she walks up to the guard and says, "Can you take me to Sona?" He's gonna be like, "Why do you want to go to?" He's gonna realize something's up, but he thinks that he's realizing something. So yeah. And Teabag tells Michael to frame Sammy with the ring he stole. Forget about it, Mike. This is Sona. And, the guard wants to have sex with Sophia. And first it's like, is Lincoln gonna shoot him? But then she claims, oh, Norman has a terrible temper. And the guard is terrified. So now Sophia is gonna drive her to the prison and not touch her one bit. And that's like, you know, is very, very, she's gonna get the lift, but there's no way that he is not touching her, and it is, yeah, that is a pretty funny. And when he turns his head away in frustration, she swaps their coffee cups, and that's also brilliant. Like, Lincoln was like, dude, I'm sorry I knocked your coffee, please. I got another one for a buddy. Please take it. And and we know that's the one with the drug. But then the barista is like, here's your replacement cup, and he's like, you know what? I'll just take her. And it's like, what are they gonna do now? Because what's Lincoln gonna say that trust me, dude, this cup is amazing. No. And Sophia is like, you know when she walks with, she grabs the drugged cup, and the guard just assumes that that's her coffee, and yeah. Now, I believe this is the most close to tears we've seen Lincoln. I really appreciate that they're pushing the characters to new emotions. Usually he's angry and desperate in a situation like this. Now, yeah, and it looks like Lechero stabs Whistler, but he actually stabbed Cheo, I want to say, and he said, he dropped one of the cigars. And Cheo and the audience realize Sammy framed him. That's why he gave him the cigars. And I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll get to that a little later, before I jump ahead to the next episode, at the end of this section, before I jump to the next episode. So, let's see. No football today. But you strung up the guy in isn't that the touchdown position? I don't watch American football. Yeah, when the crap, what's it called? The not judge. What's the word? The yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. Umpires for baseball. I don't remember what it's called for football, but you know what I'm talking about. And isn't that the moment? Anyway. Now, Michael is very despondent that Susan realized they were changing the terms, and Michael doesn't believe that Sarah and LJ might be hurt. And yeah, I can't show you the pictures, man. Why not? She's pulling this ridiculous face, and she wouldn't want me to show it to you. Lincoln tells Michael that they killed Sarah, and he walks off in dramatic slow. Again, I'm kidding. It's very nicely filmed and acted. And Michael tells Whistler, I blame you for Sarah's death. And he challenges him to a mortality bout. Very dramatic episode ending. So, I mean, by the end of the episode, I mean, we by the end of the episode, we don't know who killed Reed, since there are several possible suspects. But I guess by the end of the season, we were supposed to think back and realize, yeah, Whistler killed him, because he knows something about Whistler that yeah, if he tells someone the truth about Whistler, it's going to be a problem. So, I mean, uh, Lewis did say he he saw that Whistler went there and then he heard them argue. And was up the stairs, down the stairs, I forget. So yeah, it's Lechero doesn't. I don't think that Lechero believed that Cheo did it. It's just that he wanted an excuse to kill him because he thinks he's working for Augusto. Okay. Vamonos. 215.40. And Michael shouts, very passionate, excellent acting, and again, good to see him getting to new heights of emotion. Hey, do you need any more help? First on the list, we'll need some sort of chest deodorant. What with all the chest sweating we were doing. I haven't mentioned it yet, but I like that the chicken foot is the thing falling to the ground at the end of the opening sequence to every episode. And, in season 2 it was Michael's handcuffs from the season opener, and in season 1 it was the origami crane sailing down the tunnel from the season opener. Excuse me. And Brad does seem legitimately sad that Sarah is dead. She was a good person. I'm sorry. So the episode is called Vamonos, which means something like we have to go or they have to go, something like that. Is that why some goofballs say vamoose instead? Is that what that's supposed to be? Very nicely, filmed and edited with the tension and suspense of, the guard passes out when the clock strikes 12 minutes past, and the glare is slow to happen, but it does happen, and they're working on getting out of there. Sammy finds some powder debris, but thankfully not Michael or Whistler. And let's see. Yeah, and really quickly, I want to say I really appreciate that this is not another season of digging holes and avoiding those holes being found, using acid to melt through steel. Instead, it's a very different process. Part of it is about maneuvering. Yeah, I already mentioned, maneuvering the gang members in prison and such, but and the different people with different jobs and different attitudes towards them and such. But it's very clever that Michael challenged, threw that, excuse me, threw down the chicken foot because the idea was, excuse me, the distraction was supposed to be the daily football game, but that was canceled because Cheo is dead. But when Lechero is told that there's a challenge, he's like, "We're gonna do the fight right now." Yeah, Michael and Whistler get back into the prison in time, and Michael doesn't know how they're going to escape now. Again, it's such a great because the the cloud went in front of the sun. What are they going to do? And that wasn't something you saw coming. You kind of just accepted the glare is going to be there because that's where the sun is in the sky. That's fairly predictable, but you don't know about clouds. Gringos, come out and play. Someone's watched the Warriors. Where are you off to? He didn't even answer that. He hit the gas. Must be 15 past 3. And Lucero refuses to let them back out of the fight. He says, I gave you every opportunity to back, yeah. And they start fighting with no other choice. And it's another of the show's many great fights. I'm not sure there's been a single action scene on the show that hasn't been quite good. I don't think there's a bad action scene in the entire show. I'm gonna real quick write that down. No bad action. Some action shows do end up like just as a quick example, there's a lot to love about the show Alias. There are some frustrating aspects as well, but something that no matter how much you love the show overall, no matter how many things you're willing to take in stride, the last season they had less money and it shows. The action is just not quite as good, among other things. Excuse me. I don't remember if the action is also good in next season, and I don't know about season 5. But so far, there's been no bad action that I can think of. The guy throws a rock at Whistler's chest. They say, let he who is without sin throw the first rock, so that one guy at the fight must be Mother Teresa. Let's see. The guards are starting to realize something's wrong, and men will be sent to check on the guard who's been drugged. What are you looking at for white drawers in here? We're all going commando. And one of the guards spots the rope ladder, calls it in. Lincoln, I'm here. Good. Where are they? Very good line. And so Lincoln tells Susan the escape was successful, and Whistler's in the trunk, and he's in the trunk. I can pull over. Maybe some cops would want to talk too. And the colonel wants to execute whoever assaulted the guard by drugging him, and he knows the cell belongs to members of Lechero's crew, and shoots one of the guys, seeming to accept that he was the guy, and he chews out Lechero. Perhaps there's one better suited for the job, and we see Teabag. Love the look on his face. He really, this is his moment. This is when to sink the dagger. But yeah, clearly the colonel is intentionally undermining Lechero's authority. I mean, if he wanted to, he could basically shoot him, but he wants the others to cause to rise up against him, and thus, yeah. And Lang and Mahone talk in the hotel room. Very good scene. He thinks that she's looking for a confession, and she knows he's addicted, confronts him. Excuse me. And Susan is told they know no one made it out of the prison. And yeah, again, great action scene. You know, Sucre drives out there so suddenly that they can't help but crash because they know, you know, Lincoln is on the way there, so they have to speed to get out of there in time. And yeah, Lincoln, you know, really nicely, very realistically done. There's the two, you know, Lincoln knows, Sucre told him, there's Susan, LJ, and then two guys, you know, excuse me. When they crash into Sucre's car, Lincoln manages to shoot one of them and then grabs Susan, but the other guy he's not able to shoot before that guy grabs LJ. It's very realistic. You know, you have a lot of action movies, and I love a lot of them, where he would have just shot, you know, he would have had time to shoot all three of them and then grab LJ but no, like realistically he can't, you know, he can't get to all of them in time. And you know, he wants to exchange Susan for LJ, but she just says kill him. So yeah, excuse me. You know why we're here? I'm no doctor, but I think you one night your mother had too much to drink. Wow, he is really risking a lot to protect, excuse me, protect Michael. That is holy crap, dude. Now, and Lucero, you know, talks about the boy who cried wolf. He's clearly, I'm sorry, this happens to a lot of people. That's not, it's not some kind of like, I know a lot of people who do not understand the moral of the boy who cried wolf. The moral of that story is never tell the same lie twice. You are breaking out of this prison, Mr. Schofield, and you're taking me with you. And excellent quick cutting with Mahone really highlighting the tension he's feeling. And yeah, Sullins tells Mahone they're doing the hearing tomorrow morning, and Mahone says it has to be, you know, let's see, yeah, the what's the word? Yeah, he says the hearing has to be today. It has to be right now. You know, I just cannot wait to be heard. Is basically what he's singing. And Brad is still very torn up about Sarah. And the camera reveals that Gretchen is talking to Whistler, so he's not telling Michael everything. And, you know, the camera also reveals, yeah, it cuts and the camera shows Michael saw that they met, and we hear her real name is Gretchen. And they do even say, you know, I thought we said we were never going to meet, you know, like this. Bang and Burn, 228.20. Is that Don't Fear the Reaper with Spanish lyrics? I believe this is the second time this season has had an American rock pop song with Spanish lyrics, and I quite like it. It's a special occasion. I have a job interview. Michael is very angry with Lincoln for lying about Sarah. You know how much I hate to travel, Gretchen, almost as much as I hate using establishing shots to show how many people are in a room before a conversation starts. Seriously, that was a very awkward kind of reveal that there were two other guys in there. I don't know what was with that. Anyway, was that like in how, you know, there's that bit in Terminator Salvation, and in reality it's because a part of the scene was cut, they had lines, but then anyway. Look at me, James. See if you can tell how serious I am. This is my serious face. And Gretchen is in the Situation Room working to set up the Bang and Burn, I think. me, is what it was called. And yeah, Sophia's called about Whistler's apartment, and Susan hears about the call. I came here to help a man I respect and care about. Now, could you direct me to him, please? Please, please, please. They do say it's the magic word. I guess if you say it 3 times, it's even more effective. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Are you ready to cooperate? Now. Yeah, Gretchen intimidates Sophia, and the yeah, they dip their toes in the trope for female villains that they are oversexed and use their sexuality, including against other women, as a weapon. Excuse me. Sullins wants Mahone to do a live press conference and says the alternative is to drag him back to Sona again. And we know that that's, yeah, in his condition, he can't, yeah. The, yeah, we see Lincoln and Sucre record the sound of gunshots. They they trust the audience because it was like, I don't know, 4 episodes or something before there was a payoff to that. But yeah, I guess part of the idea is also they wanted to make sure that the audience would be able to remember it without necessarily realizing right away that's what was happening when we heard the gunshot recording later. Excuse me. I just want to deliver a message to the outside, and he's on the outside. He's looking in. Very nice scene between Lewis and his father. I really appreciate the ending they gave his character. That's, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I can't completely. I can't help but wonder, are they going to be able to keep him from going back to prison? But I mean, they drove across the border, didn't they? So I guess I mean, if there's no extradition, I guess that's the idea. Sophia gives Whistler a chance to tell the truth, and he doesn't. But she pretends to not know. I'm not coming home. Accept that. Breaks your heart, doesn't it? Don't come home for dinner, and knows that's code. The what was it that I wanted to say? Yeah, just briefly explaining every, not every single time, but a lot of the time when I would try to voice type Whistler, it came out as Whisper, so that's why I almost called him Whisper there. Take them out. Take them all out. I said, take them all out, and she hangs up, and she's like, to dinner! Oh crap, to dinner, I meant to dinner. Susan, what, you know her? No, that's just what I say when people tell me about people I don't know. I always say, Susan. Sammy is not happy about Lincoln calling. Holy crap, Lincoln is shooting company members this season like it's going out of style. Now, yes, Sullins appears to realize that Mahone is suffering withdrawal, and Agent Lane did get some pills for them, but she throws them in the trash. I have to admit, I thought this when I watched it the first time 12 years ago, and I thought it when I watched it, what was that, a week ago or something. I feel like she could have just, like, said, I have a really quick, important message to him. Can I talk to him for 2 minutes? Then you can have him back. And he could take the pills, and that would be it. But, yeah. I mean, they could at least have had her try that. And then, like, for them to say, no, you really have to complete this hearing now. We have places to be, or something. But it seems like she gives up too easily, is what I'm saying. And Mahone rambles about the company, sounds like a raving lunatic. If your brother ever calls this cell phone again, you tell him he's the one that's going to pay. And I have a really expensive cell phone plan. Whistler gets on the roof, and a helicopter shows up. And the company attacks the guards from another helicopter, and Whistler and Michael fight. This is seriously an epic action scene. Like, this is basically almost to the level of like an action movie. I mean, maybe not like the biggest action scene in that movie or something, but like it is very high for a TV show from when, from 2008. You've caused too many problems here in Sona, so maybe you shouldn't be here in Sona. Say goodbye to Sona. Does this guy ever end a sentence without saying Sona? Again, I'm joking. I love the character. And the line there. Very compelling ending. We have no idea what's going to happen to Michael next. Boxed in, 238.10. Okay, so the Wikipedia gives his name as General Zavala. Or is it Zavala? It's been way too long since. I would say that my Spanish teacher would be really disappointed, but really she wouldn't be surprised that I don't remember. Anyway, because she did try to teach me the rules for, if the first letter of the, if this or that letter in Spanish is pronounced like this in Spanish. Anyway, I'm just going to go with general. But yeah, he interrogates Michael, and Michael gets hotboxed, and not the marijuana kind. And Agent Lane gives Mahone the coin that her father took to the mine every day for 30 years. Gives him a Christian side hug. It's very clear she cares about him. Let's see if he has a tattoo to get his way out of that. And Wade is back to being a sarcastic a-hole. And he pushes the other guy little, and the other guy steps in the vomit. And Michael and Sucre talk. I really appreciate that they're allowed, the show allows these two clearly straight men to have a positive relationship without the show framing it as them being gay or there's there being anything wrong with the relationship or so. Obviously, an openly gay relationship would also be great, but a lot of men are uncomfortable having relationships with other straight men because they're worried that women will see that and think they're gay. The day after that, you'll be dead. Michael figures out how to get out of the box with some outside of the box thinking. Really, does there even have to be a box? There's an old school reference. The general doesn't believe Michael, and unfortunately, he does not have definitive proof. And the general promises Michael save LJ if Michael tells him Whistler's name. And Whistler, of course, lies to the general. So Gretchen walks up to Sucre and reveals that she knows his first name, which is her go-to move for getting people to work for her who aren't already on her side. Or aren't really on her side, rather. But yeah, they offer Sucre, what does that say, 50 grand or something, for helping her stay one step ahead of Lincoln. I know I've said it before, but I really love the threat in her behavior. You should have listened. You should have mocked. This guy's full of great advice. He should write a book. And Lechero confronts Sammy about issuing a fight, and Sammy tells him to his face maybe he should be higher on the hierarchy. And Sucre and Lincoln had planned to stage a fight and for Sucre to talk to Gretchen. And Sucre cracks that glorious smile of his. I really love when one of the brothers comes up to Sucre and we realize that the argument was staged, even though it looked really serious. Excuse me. And let's see. So yeah, the general and his men apprehend Susan. She does quite a good innocent act with the general. It is somewhat reminiscent of the way she is in like Halloween H2O. Just slightly confused and frazzled, and just yeah. Did you order the escape from Sona Penitentiary? Yes or no? I have truth handling abilities. And yeah, Whistler confirms that it's her, And she says all she does is watch LJ. I'm just the babysitter, I think she said. We're going on a drive. Road trip. And Brad drugs the other fighter with something that he had added to the finger band thing, and that's why he had cotton up his nose, so he wouldn't inhale any himself. And Teabag realizes it. It's very clever. I mean, Brad isn't stupid as such. He's not the smartest, but he's not complete just idiot who has no good ideas. And yeah, Gretchen gets free, kills the general, and the guy with him, he fell for her trap. The ridiculously obvious "why did you come here alone" trap. And it's not quite clear. It's not. It's not stated as such why LJ was no longer there, but either she said where he used to be, or the company was watching the you know, yeah, they realized she was taken, so they hurried up and got LJ out of there. And it is this sort of like, why didn't the general take just a couple more guys? Like, it's the general and one guard, and her hands, like, sure, she was handcuffed, but she wasn't in the, what do they call it, the Y cuff that, for prisoner transport that we've seen on the show. But yeah, she uses a knife and a gun to kill both, and that's it. And yeah, Michael and Whistler are put back after being told the general is dead. Poor guy only got one episode and a couple of scenes in the episode before this one. It was only one episode, one scene in the episode before this one. And Lincoln is angry with Michael, believes that LJ's life was in danger, and Michael believes that Whistler knew that Gretchen would fix things, and there was a gun for Sammy in the package, and just without hesitation, he readies it, and just, holy crap. Again, another really great. Although that one isn't followed up on right away, is it? Dirt Nap, 247.40. Excuse me. So, let's see. Yeah, Teabag is convinced Michael won't let him escape with them, and Michael kind of proves his point by not letting him down there. So yeah, I said earlier that I'm glad there's not so much digging tunnels. Technically, this still isn't digging tunnels. This is bracing tunnels, so it is different from season 1. Are you lost already, Teodoro? No, but you are. Well, I know you are, but what am I? And yeah, Sammy says if anyone has a problem with him being in charge, they can fight him to the death. And he offers a case of rum to anyone who brings him Schofield. And Teabag talks to Lucero about options and is much more commanding now that Lucero doesn't have power. And Teabag wants Wade, who's now seen bragging about having won the fight, he wants him to take out Sammy in a, yeah. Chickenfoot Sammy? Chickenfoot Sammy. I wonder if anyone read that at first and thought it was like his nickname instead of the first two, you know, yeah, the first word, first two words, depending on how it being a verb. I mean, it would make sense to nickname him Chickenfoot Sammy. Chickenfoot Sammy? Yeah, you got my word. And please be careful with it. It was very expensive. And Gretchen talks to Sucre about his name, how it means sugar. So every time she calls him Sucre, she's calling him sugar, and she likes that. Michael helps Wade, and the other two seriously don't believe that he's stopping it from collapsing. They're like, "Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure that this is?" Yeah. Brad challenges Sammy, even insulting his appearance and such, and everyone cheers. And that really comes back to bite him in the ass when later he says, "No, no, I mean that guy. Oh, really? Where's his mustache? Where's his vest?" It's his. I'm sorry. It's fun to see him ending up screwing things up because he's way too certain that he can get himself out of situations when really like Roy Geary had it right. Bellick really sucks. And they realize there's no acetone. I'm not surprised that Brad was too stupid to check that before throwing down the chicken foot, but it does really seem like Teabag should have thought of that possibility, since it's, if Brad ends up dying, that doesn't mean a lot to Teabag, but he does want Sammy out of the picture. Okay, I'm afraid I forget this guy, Oswaldo, maybe. I'm sorry, I forget the name, but there's a guy and he has a helper who seriously looks like Zach Oyama. It's the guy they buy the bomb from. I do like the whole thing with, like, where's the money? Where's the stuff? No, no, seriously, where's the money? I'm leaving if you don't have the stuff. And they're not, sure, you're right. I mean, it's probably one of those things of like they're checking to make sure that the other isn't a cop. Whoever shows the thing first might be, you know, excuse me, what's it called again? Entrapment. And Sophia is like, oh, come on, do I really have to? Okay, I'll say it in Spanish, and it's like, I mean, poor her. She's the one who has to stand there and call the other guy a liar, basically, when because or wait, am I thinking of, or wait, was it Sucre who was translating? I feel like it was Sophia. Anyway, the person who was translating was not happy about it. I'm pretty sure about that. Whistler tries to convince Michael that he really is a fisherman and tries to explain his connection to Gretchen, and Mahone calls Whistler on his BS. Is pretty funny, isn't it? Dude, just stop it. I mean, unless you want to hear this. Oh, no, no, please. And Brad can't find anything to replace the acetone, so he walks towards the fight, trying to talk his way out of it. I really appreciate that Brad's been taken down a few notches over the course of season 2 and 3, which was really something he needed after the way he behaved in season 1. If they had kept him to the way he behaved in season 1 and didn't take him down a peg in season 2 and 3, I think it would have gotten really grating. Same as how I don't think it would have been a good idea to have Kellerman be the same way he was in season 1 in all of season 2. They're really good at, sometimes they overcorrect, such as when they kill off main characters from earlier seasons, But other than that, they're pretty good at. I'm just gonna write that down real quick as well. Prison Break. Adjust characters. So not get. I'm just gonna go with obnoxious. There. I also think if they had kept Teabag as despicable as he was, I mean, really, the first time he wasn't despicable was basically when we got the flashback episode in season 1. You know, if it hadn't been for that, and he had been as murderous and cruel and despicable as he was in season 1 before that episode, yeah, it would have been just too much. Hey, you guys want to watch the fight? You know, chill out. I'll get a beer. There's something terribly wrong. He has never been this nice. Mahone brought kicks to a machete fight. And Sammy stops the fight against Brad when they yell about Schofield. And Michael convinces Mahone to go out and open the door. Michael, don't open the door. Gutsy. And let's see. Yeah, Mahone wants Michael to kill in self-defense when they open the door, and he clearly isn't a big fan. I like the scene where Gretchen, you know, she's like, you know, a cynic might think that argument was staged. I'm a cynic, Lincoln. And she threatens Maricruz. Just, yeah, that is wow. And let's see, I forget if this is the part or it's some other part, but she says, "Where should it?" Yeah, I think that comes up. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it when it comes. Yeah, but yeah, she threatens Maricruz and she yells, "Holy crap, she's incensed." That was what it was. Yeah. And he's not going to be able to get the bomb out of there without her realizing that it was there. But that also means they're going to find it later. And yeah. I do think that when, you know, I don't remember if it's the episode after this one or a little later, but when they do talk about, okay, so she found the bomb, it felt a little like Sucre was almost surprised rather than like it should have been like, oh, I knew it was going to happen, but there was nothing I could do. It feels a little more like he's I can't, why did that happen? Like just a little bit too much. I'm not saying it was a complete surprise, but they played it a little weird. Is yeah. And Michael tells Sammy to take Whistler with him on the escape, making him quite a fisherman's friend. And the tunnel collapses on Sammy. And Lechero casually shoots Sammy's 2 men. What's going to set us back is if the guards look at a big sinkhole out in no man's land. And Lechero kicks Sammy and his friends like they're a bad habit. And Brad threatens to tell everyone about the escape if he's not in. He's really fun in these episodes, I gotta say. Sometimes he's annoying, but yeah. And Lincoln bought Sophia the Eiffel Tower. Weird. It always looks much bigger in the pictures. And Michael removed the medal, knowing that it would kill the person who went in there. Yeah. And let's see, it's kind of his go-to move to remove something that will make you know something collapse very suddenly like that. Do you have a plan? I have a plan. I have part of a plan. And Sophia managed to find a briefcase in the hidden compartment of the bag. As Lincoln confirmed to Michael, Whistler is not really a fisherman. Yeah, so and that was the end of episode 10, and we don't actually see the contents until the end of episode 13. But I think they did a good job of, it wasn't too long passing between the two. And it's another great episode ending. Under and Out, 330. Let's just say by some miracle we are able to part the sea, Moses. I like how basically every character in this first scene confronts Michael and speaks in entirely their own voice. Like, the lines are so clearly written to be spoken by specific characters. Like, this could be the scene actors audition for these roles on if it wasn't so long after they first appear. You obviously don't know him very well, Shakespeare. And it rains, which can really compromise the tunnel. Between this and when the cloud covered the sun for the other escape attempt, clearly whatever deity controls the weather does not want these men to leave this prison. If this was based on Norse myths, I would say they must have pissed off Thor or something. And Lincoln tells Sucre that he's worried about Michael. He's concerned that his conscience will come into play. Rain, dirt, tunnel, problem. I think the writers forgot to put some verbs and adverbs and such in there. I feel a need to again say, seriously, I really love that bit. I'm just making jokes. And yeah, and holy crap, I thought Gretchen was already evil, but then she says, "Where do you want me to shoot Marty Cruz first? In the bun or in the oven?" Holy crap. The rain stopped, but the damage is already done. Michael, I told you we'll just have your birthday party tomorrow, okay? The military drive up in a truck, and we really worry about the tunnel. And the military guy tells Sucre to pick up his paycheck. How much do you know about electricity? That the Avengers helicarrier runs on some sort of it. Brad tells them they should work together and reference Butch and Sundance, not remembering that they end up dying. Spoiler alert. I really appreciate that in this season, clearly the screenwriters played the Commandos games. You got them watching out for stationary guards, sight lines, distracting, drugging their drinks, planning when to move around patrols. You're a very good liar. Ain't that the truth? Whistler can hear both Gretchen and Sophia, even though Lincoln's holding the phone. That is one strong microphone that thing's got. But those do exist. And Gretchen burns Sophia with a cigar. Jeez. Yikes. There is no us, you psychopathic pedo. Teabag Maho talk. It's nice. You really think we're the bad guys? Oh no, she's gonna say that not only does she want Michael to break Whistler out, she wants him to want to, doesn't? and another commando's trait, they cause a distraction by having someone called to a specific location, and sabotage of something is a mission objective. If someone is watching who can make this happen, if you can make like a mod of, I mean, I guess, I don't know if, yeah, what, I'm just gonna say what I think. If you can make like a mod of Commandos 2 or Commandos 3, and where it is like Prison Break with the, that would be amazing. I would pay money to play that if someone can make that happen. That would, yeah. Don't let anyone see you have that phone. Why? Does it have a really embarrassing ringtone? We won't be able to pay you today. And Sucre is like, holy crap, that's all? And then the guy says, there's a warrant out for your arrest. And Sucre's like, oh no. So they backstab Michael and they're going to leave before him. And Lincoln drives up. What's that? Sucre smiles? 30 seconds. Go. Excellent. What does that say? Excellent way to end the episode, I think is what it says. Very tense. Yeah, because what it actually voice type was, excellent place, second episode. I guess two episode. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so only 2 episodes left. And then the critic reviews and such. And it's been 3 hours, so yeah, that's not too bad compared to the other ones. By my standards, this is a short video. Hell or High Water, 307, 10. Let's see. Yeah, and Michael doesn't run, so the 3 that do are stopped and, let's see. Yeah, and Lechero ends up getting shot because he refuses to stop running. Don't try anything. Try anything? I've never tried anything in my life. You two, on your feet. I agree. That actor deserves a standing ovation. I love him, everything I've seen him in. This is the plan, and the show successfully convinced the viewer to stay through the commercials. And Sucre is unable to tell Lincoln what's going on over the cell. And Brad gives up the information immediately. I guess he'd rather be choked, have the information choked out of him than the life choked out of him. And the military approach the tunnel, which Lewis hears. Very tense and suspenseful as the military approach the tunnel. We see the members gradually climb out of the tunnel, and the colonel realizes they already got through the fence. It was very clever to, no, they're not going to be, they think that everybody who's trying to escape already is out in no man's land. So if we, excuse me, they're all going to go inside and try to find the guy, and I don't know if that's 100% true. It's possible that, like, there would have been a little bit more, but it is a clever kind of, it works within the reality of the show, I feel like, which is not quite reality, which no piece of fiction is completely realistic anyway. And the military knows what Lincoln looks like. Let's see. And Whistler apparently hurt his ankle, but they still get him to the beach. And then he starts saying they should leave him there. I mean, I guess he I guess there's some chance that his ankle really did get messed up. I'm not sure what he says and does there makes a lot of sense based on the idea that maybe it doesn't, and really he's thinking how to better work with the company. Because I mean, the thing with the boat doesn't really, or would that have, I don't know, I'm not entirely sure. And they're gonna dive. And realize Whistler lost the book when he rolled. Sounds like he got rolled. First, Lincoln says that Mahone will be the one without a tank, and then he won't save his son's picture. He clearly hasn't forgiven him for shooting their father. And this is also, he hasn't had a lot of time with them, and, probably also Mahone trying to get them killed with the Bill Kim thing, but yeah. Dispatch 4th Platoon. That does not sound good. And it was very exciting. There's a lot, yeah. Sucre tries to talk his way out, but the guard must be like diabetic or something, because he's like, no sugar. Excuse me. They realize Sucre isn't there with the boat, and some of them start having trouble staying above water. Well, keeping their head above water. The rest of it is fine underwater. And the dogs found the place where they buried the box, so the men dug it up. I would love for there to be a deleted scene where the dog finds a buried bone at the beach instead, and then looks like really happy, like wagging its tail, or something like that. Very tense and suspenseful with them in. I can't believe I just referenced a gag reel. With them in the water waiting for Sucre. They can only, human beings can only keep our heads above water for so long before our muscles can no longer keep it up. Human beings have evolved to deal with a lot of different situations, but staying in water that's deep enough to drown in is just not one of those things. Like there are a lot of creatures who have, who can stay underwater forever, but it's a great, like, because it makes sense as a part of the plan. They swim out to that specific thing and then hold on, and Sucre shows up with the boat, but they didn't realize that Sucre might be prevented from going there with the boat, and he's not able to answer the phone, and they don't really have any other option. And Luis's father shows up with the boat. Excuse me. Mahone climbs aboard the boat. I like to think that Lincoln has to restrain himself from just like knocking him off the boat or something and then sail off without him. Let's see. And Teabag spotted the book and grabbed it, hides it in his back pocket so that I'll have something the company wants. No, Lincoln, you're not. And we see that they've been tracking him. Excuse me. We got company. I see what you did there, because that's that's a phrase that people use when someone shows up, with, but they are actually company. Excuse me. Okay, time to use this. What did he call it? I'm sorry, it got it wrong. Yeah, use it to our advantage. Holy crap, he wasn't kidding. And they get to the cabin in the woods, and there's a shootout, and they use the recording very nicely. I know, I know less than you do, which is hard considering how dumb you are. And Gretchen realizes they're not really shooting anymore, it's recording, and Gretchen tries to say, son of a bitch, and she's censored by a car horn honking. Pretty funny. There's no need to refry my beans. He knows everything. He knows everything. You still talking? I love Lincoln. Nice trick. Did you rip that off from Home Alone? I mean, that is basically the writers admitting they didn't come up with it entirely on their own, right? And the military find the wanted poster for Sucre, and Teabag is loving it. You know, Lincoln, you did great. Compliments. And Lincoln is going to shoot Mahone in the face. And Whistler flees and gets on the truck, drives off, leaving Michael and Lincoln. And, you know, you could say, well, why didn't Michael keep an eye on Whistler? He, you know, he was trying to talk Lincoln out of shooting Mahone, which was very important to him. And he also thought that Whistler wanted to stay with them. He thought that he wasn't company, you know. Again, an excellent, you know, holy crap, you're you know, tuning back in for the season finale after an ending like that to the penultimate episode. The Art of the Deal, 316.50. There we go. I'm trying to resist the urge to make a reference to Trump. I think I've gotten the urge under control. I'm not sure I'd say it's excessive, but holy crap, that is a very shaky cam in the first season. Scene, sorry. Maybe it's so shaky to make it look like the cars are driving faster than they actually are or something, so they can do it more safely. I don't know. Please, it's my daughter. He is really great with the lies. There are a lot of great liars on this show. They just come up with, like, she's, you know, he asks this young woman, can I please borrow your phone? And he says, please, it's my daughter. You know, of course she's going to say yes to that. Where are you? In Ashwaubenon Town. Population 1. I pity the fool who messes with Lincoln. Seriously. And, you know, Lewis isn't on the front seat anymore as his father answers question. So, you know, we realize he must be hiding somewhere in the car, but yeah, and the guy doesn't completely trust him, so I guess Lewis's father is the one character on this show who can't lie fairly convincingly, even, you know, under pressure. It's, yeah. And Gretchen can't convince Michael not to use the public place for a meeting. Teabag is put back in Sona, where there's a civil war going on. And Teabag helps Lechero, but finds that Lechero's quarters are no longer a safe place. And Lechero had a gun. Norman's got a gun. You're going to give me some real information on Michael Scofield, or dig your own grave and save. Very tense and suspenseful scene when Gretchen and Michael meet up and try. You know, and it seems like there's going to be a hostage exchange, but Michael, you know, turns the table. Yeah, excuse me. He knew that what they would plan. You know, they have a sniper on Lincoln, but this isn't the exchange point. Michael threatens Gretchen. At first, I thought that Lewis was maybe in the fertilizer on the back of the truck, but the, you know, that would cover his smell. But yeah, it turns out he has a secret compartment accessible from the front seat. I gotta say, considering he takes him to what is like his birthday party, it's probably good that he didn't hide yeah, in literal like crap. Lechero says he doesn't trust Teabag, and he says they can buy their way out, but Lechero doesn't believe him. Unbelievable, inconceivable, grammar like a hammer, information receivable, sent by the Lord here and abroad, with words well adored, now they can't be ignored. Okay, so most of that wasn't the actual line. What's so funny? You thinking you're gonna outsmart my uncle? Come on, that was pretty clever. They can't bring guns in there because there are metal detectors, but they do have people with guns outside of the place. Excuse me. And Sophia points out about the coordinates, clearly not believing Whistler. And, Gretchen is like, is she serious? Which is like, as pretty funny. There are no coordinates. And, let's see. And Michael tells Gretchen he knows they have guns right outside the exits. We're all walking out of here together. And he breaks one of the things. That's why it had to be a museum. So he could, yeah. Because literally, when they walk out, everyone is walking out, and there are going to be cops right outside, and it's like, no, go ahead, please, try to shoot them, see how that goes, and they do, and it doesn't go well for them. Lie down there. Sorry, lie down. There are two kinds of men in this world, Panamanian police and men who dig. And Sucre really does lie down and does the sign of the cross, and they start to bury him. It really has to be just horrifying. I mean, they did actually temporarily submerge. It looks like it's the actual actor who was under the dirt for at least a little bit. Like, yikes. And Teabag is trading Lechero for freedom. Let's see. Wait. Never mind. Sorry, I think that note got messed up. And Brad is legitimately upset at Teabag strangling Lechero to death. So Michael planted the thing from the gift shop in Whistler's pocket, and the cops start asking questions. So Gretchen has one of her guards shoot. Sophia takes a bullet, and Lincoln wants to save her. LJ points out it's a bad idea. Michael aims at Gretchen. Let's see. LJ tells Lincoln he's gonna stay with Sophia, which makes sense since he's not a wanted man. What do you mean gone? And we cut to the man who does have the book. Now, let's see. Yeah, so the prostitute helps Teabag, and he threatens her about the rest of the money, but she does give her word. I don't know what her name is, but I feel like the writers, considering how many joke names they've used so far in the show, might well have named her Madonna Whore. And Luis gets a big welcome home from his entire family. And I think they did say it was his birthday or something like that. And yeah, I don't think it's the day exact. I'm not sure it's the day exactly, but it was very close to the date. And I mean, it's very impressive. Like, these extras are there for just a few seconds each, but it really does convey, like, this is his family who loves him, when in reality, these are all, every single person there is an actor. I mean, I guess there's some chance that they got the kid's actual family to perform, but even so, it's still, like, it completely convinces the audience with just a few seconds. And the colonel says if Sucre hasn't, what does that say? Hasn't given information yet, he won't, so they throw him into Sona instead of continuing to bury him. And Sucre answers the phone but refuses to give, to get the information for the guards. And Teabag gets on a box and tells everyone that Lechero is dead. And Teabag claims all cons are going to be equal now. And he gives back the money, and we know for a fact that's not all of it, because the prostitute is hiding the rest of it. Teabag is quite the populist, really struggling not to make a Trump. I don't want to go there in this video, is all. Okay, so yeah, and LJ gives Michael the origami flower. I'm not sure if it's the one that Sarah gave. Sorry, the one that he gave Sarah way back in season 1, or if it's one that looks a lot like it, but yeah. It is nice that she wanted him to have that. And Whistler shows up and pays for Mahone's drinks. So Mahone is working with Whistler and Gretchen, excuse me. And the company again, since that's, he's so used to that. It's, yeah. And Mahone tells Whistler as long as they're with Gretchen, they're a target for Michael, but he does say he's in, even though Whistler doesn't, he doesn't say whether or not he thinks they should kill Gretchen. Michael opens the suitcase and says wants to get Gretchen as revenge for Sarah. So yeah, the shooting of Veronica was purely to motivate Lincoln, and they've basically done the same with Sarah. And Louis looks at the baseball hoop, so he really is home. I have to admit, I remembered it as Louis turning out to be secretly, one of those characters who looks innocent but is deep down like a serial killer or something. I think I was thinking of a different piece of media, but obviously I can't say what without spoiling, so. Now, Michael drives on. We see the seat next to him has the pistol and the origami flower. So yeah, the season finale ends with briefly checking in on all the main characters, where they are, where they're going, for the ones that are going anywhere, and what their mind state is, what they're focused on. And Lincoln seems very happy to be, or rather, sorry, Lincoln is there watching over Sophia in the hospital bed, and she seems glad to not be alone in there, obviously, but she's, yeah, it's a good, I'm really really excited about it. I'm not sure if it's today or tomorrow exactly when I'm going to start watching season 4, but very soon. But yeah, great finale, great season. So there is, let's see, yeah, third season received positive reviews. IGN wrote, with so much going against it, the shortened third season of Prison Break could have been disastrous, but instead the writers managed to not only salvage the season, but tell a tightly woven, compelling, and action-packed story, and gave it an 8.5 out of 10. And let's see. I am not 100% certain which episode it was that was like the last one before the strike, or was it just that they? Yeah, I don't remember right now. Now let's see. Yeah, so filming for the third season was still in Dallas, but the price tag increased to about $3 million per episode. Yikes. Several of the exterior scenes with Lincoln and Gretchen negotiating the escape from Panama jail, shot in the Casa Viejo quarter, Panama City. Okay, so there are no commentary tracks for this season, as far as I can tell at least, but there are some other, yeah. So there's one for the first episode, Orientation. and it's 17 minutes. So yeah, the actress who played Sophia grew up in Cuba, so she really relates to wanting to escape from a place, being, what does that say? She can really relate to the character she plays, having great distance between where she is and where her boyfriend is. English is her second language, so she struggles with making sure that she's delivering the lines in a way that makes sense based on what the character wants. But it's a challenge, and she loves the challenge, so it's fun. I gotta say, I think she does a good job. Even disregarding ESL, I guess I can see some people maybe calling her flat. I thought she was always convincing. I think she's more guarded than flat, personally. And they talk about how difficult it was to hear behind the wall. And the guy who plays Whistler seriously cannot stop smiling. I don't remember him being like that on the Transporter series DVD special features. I don't know, maybe he was happier working on this show than on that. He did smile. He didn't seem sad, but he seemed more reserved there than here. He's just like all smiles. And Jodie O'Keefe likes playing the character because she's so different from how she is in real life. She says she's too nervous to point a gun in someone's face in a way that could, and that would seem like, yeah, it would be clear to the other person that she's not going to fire, basically, I think was what she was saying. And she likes that Lincoln could take her in a fight, but she's still in control in the scenes between them. And the actor playing Sucre says, I always imagined Sucre as one of those kids who fell through the cracks. Raised by a single mother, no father figure, mother with 3 jobs, so he started hanging out with the wrong crowd. Again, I'm not condoning what he did. It was a crime. He robbed a liquor store. He had a gun. It was an armed robbery, but he didn't kill anybody. And the reasons behind the robbery is really just the sole purpose of pleasing the love of his life, and we don't see that anymore. At least it's very hard to see that love for somebody else and go that extent. I wish I could just really love somebody just a quarter of an ounce of how much he loves Maricruz. And yeah, because of the love of a woman. And then he jokes, you damn women, I tell you what you do for a guy, it's insane. And the actor who plays Brad Bellick says, I think Brad brings sardonic humor to the show. Let's see. A character with problems. He has malapropisms. He mispronounces words. He never knows what's going on. One cool thing about him, what does that say? He does a lot of actions that doesn't think it through. So I think it's fun to watch somebody like that. Yeah, some of this I can't. I try to play it as straightforward as I can. Of course, it is kind of a heightened reality in Prison Break, so it's just whatever situation they throw me in, I try to keep the core the same. In different situations, trying to keep that whatever truth there is in there. And I think this is the actor who plays Teabag. I think each of us have a different reason for rooting for Teabag, for different reason for different people. Some describe it as a metaphor, saying this is the state of the world right now. It's also truly sociopathic behavior because he can be so solidly focused right there in that moment to a person or a group of people that the audience knows he hates. And those people those people will say whatever you want, say whatever you need. Yeah, I don't even take off the prosthetic at night. I sleep with it. It looks. What's that saying? There's a continuing saga with me trying to keep playing with it and try to figure out what I can do to, hold things in it. Funny things like, they stay there and you don't have to worry because you, let's see. And yeah, and he like he puts, let's see, it's his left hand, I think. He puts like a cigar between two of the fingers, and then he's like, "Oh, it's great to have it there." And then like, wait, where'd my cigar go? I will never be able to unsee Robert Nepper joke that Teabag forgets the cigar in his prosthetic hand. I'm not saying I'm unhappy. I'm just saying it's definitely in there now. Let's see. Um, and yeah, and the William Fickner replacement home says, I think it's taking its toll more than anything, as much as the missing pills. Let's see. Yeah, the family stuff and pain is what's taking toll. I think is what we said. And let's see. Yeah, and in interview, Robert Wisdom, who plays Lachero, he's he isn't intense at all. It's really, yeah, he's very different from his character. And the guy who plays Lincoln says it's really humbling to have so many people love the show. Okay. Now, let's see. Yeah, so in the, yeah, in one of these they talk about, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna separate. Okay, let me just briefly say, yeah, I don't know what these are called because there is no menu. I don't know who thought that that would be a brilliant idea to do. I don't know. Maybe the thing I'm watching it on doesn't show a menu. So I can only see the length. I can't see the names of these things. And that's the thing they do, it was the same thing with the Sarah Connor Chronicles Blu-rays. I don't know why they went away from. No, I know why, but I disagree with the choice is what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, this thing was 13 minutes and 25 seconds. And this is when, this is after they broke out of, and, the, let's see, yeah, the various actors talk about the cold from being in the water for 6 hours for filming. William Fickner says he's been in cold weather many times before, but he says he doesn't remember the last time his teeth were chattering, and it really, like, that is something, we see them in the water for minutes, but they had to be there for hours to film all that from different angles and get enough takes and such. And yeah, water, if it's not heated, is really cold. Like, that is a thing that they did really great at hiding that, because when you watch the scene, you don't really get the sense that it's like freezing cold. You think more about how their muscles aren't going to be able to keep being, yeah. So the guy who plays Whistler in this and Frank Martin in the Transporter of the series is so grateful in these interviews. It's nice to see him happy. You know, you spend a lot of the Transporter in this show seeming like he's never relaxed or happy. And yeah, I'm not going to talk about all of these. Some of them I don't have much to say about anyway. Um, yeah, so apparently when they hit Sucre's car, the actor was hit by a car, but it was going 50 miles an hour. And the other stuff was stunt men. And they talk about how now that they've been doing the show for years, they've gotten to know each other's boundaries, and they have a lot of fun with the action scenes. And oh right, yeah, I'm just okay. Yeah, so this one is 3 minutes and 18 seconds. They were continuously swarmed by fans when they got to the place, and Jodie Lynn O'Keefe talks about how Dominic Purcell was like Elvis, and in yeah, like signing autographs and such. And her body language and the way she talks is just like her Halloween H2O character. So I guess that is what she's like in real life. It's really like I'm glad that she's such a great actress because she really it would be so weird to see her in roles where she's supposed to be scary and intense and creepy and such if she was really like that. But yeah, that's yeah, it's she has she can really pull off that kind of thing so well. Okay, and this is 3 minutes and 13 seconds. And yeah, so the morgue, they didn't want to have to leave the hotel to do it, so they used the kitchen of the hotel with its big industrial freezers, big enough to put a body into. I have to admit, I did not see that coming. I thought they were in a morgue or made a place look like a morgue. It's completely convincing. But yeah, that's they actually did that. They managed to wow. And and there's one at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Sucre says that them getting to choose whether or not to have rain is like playing God. I mean, I kind of see what he means, but that's yeah. I don't know. It just feels like that's a. I guess no. It's. I don't really have anything to say that. Okay, so yeah. So this is a 3 minute 1 second thing. Yeah, so there's about episode 3, the scene where Lincoln tries to get to Sarah and LJ, and one of them says, the challenge of an action scene is to make it look like the blows connect in a fight scene. And it's true, it really is. Like, it's a huge part of, because if you if you do a real fight and like the yeah, let's hypothetically say that you film a real fight scene and someone actually gets hit. That it happens. Sometimes you can't completely avoid it, even if you do a lot of rehearsal and everybody does their best. If they're like, let's say that it's like the other leg, and now they have to take a break. Well, now they have to bring in another stunt person to do the scene, and it's a huge problem if yeah And apparently the stunt coordinator comes from martial arts background. Dominic, who plays Lincoln, doesn't. So they have to figure out a happy medium between, yeah. And they talk about episode, sorry, 2 minutes 53 seconds. They talk about episode 4, Susan killing the gravedigger. They talk about the squib and safety. And yeah, 2 minutes 45 seconds. When Michael tricks Sammy into going up through the tunnel, where he creates an avalanche, and the Sammy actor says, I like this death scene because A, nobody kills me, and B, this is very out of left field. It's very surprising. Nobody saw it coming. And yeah, and this is Sammy saying, thanks for watching, and something about giving, and I'll give you a chicken foot or something like that. And yeah, but that's, I can imagine as an actor, probably he likes the fact that there is not another actor killing him. Let's see. Yeah, a 2 minute 39 second thing. Whistler and Michael talk about the fight and how it's like when they were kids, and how this is when Whistler busts out moves from the Bourne Ultimatum, and we're now aware that Whistler, there's something more to him than, yeah. And there's a 1 minute 34 second scene bit where we see Lincoln meeting his fans, which is, some of it I think was in the other, but not all of it. And there's a 1 minute 32 second thing where Jodalyn O'Keefe talks about between takes, she's constantly focusing on her lines. And a 1 minute 32 seconds, Whistler talking about between takes, he plays the guitar in an air-conditioned room to get, so that he's not constantly up and intense such, because after a while, you're not going to be able to keep doing that. Now, 1 minute 34 seconds, Sucre between takes listens to songs on his iPod, trying to get pumped up for a scene. And he air drums if it's a rock song, dances to salsa if he's by himself in the corner, and salsa music. 1 minute 32 seconds, Robert Knepper likes joking around with the cast and crew between takes. 1 minute 32 seconds, the Sophia actress does yoga and she reads, not eats. It's because the next word is actor, so I'm jumping ahead. She reads actor. She doesn't eat actors. She reads actor biographies. She's a big fan of Audrey Hepburn, who also comes from a ballet background, just like herself. And that was all of the special features. Oh wow, I left a lot of blank space in case there were more special features. I gotta remember not to do that for the next time. Okay, and holy crap, I left a lot of blank space. There it is. Okay, so yeah. Excuse me. There it is. Okay, almost 4 hours, and there's only 5 pages of notes left. Okay. So yeah, this is the Rotten Tomatoes stuff. And the critics' consensus is Prison Break's third season relocates the drama back behind bars, but the series feels like it's just retreading old ground with a series of new contrivances in tow. I can kind of see what they mean. I don't really. I mean, excuse me, I think it was just a matter of time before they were going to get them back in prison. I I do love the second season, but I really don't think that it would be that interesting to just see them continue to be on the run forever. And I do think that them breaking out of prison, I mean, I'm sorry, but there are other shows I can watch if what I want to see is people on the run, you know. But Prison Break is the only show that has quite this kind of Prison Break. The only show I know of, at least. But yeah, it only has a 50% tomato meter. Excuse me. Even though the Wikipedia said it got positive reviews, so apparently those positive reviews did not get put on Rotten Tomatoes. Anyway, yeah, 12 critics ratings, 6 fresh, 6 rotten. Saw that one coming. I'm saying you, so yeah, we all saw that one coming the moment that I said 50% and 12 critic ratings. It has a 66% audience score with 169 user ratings, an average rating of 6.1 out of 10. Oh, wait, sorry. No, that must be the audience. Sorry, the critics rating. The audience average rating is 3.66 out of 5, I think. Okay, I'm just briefly gonna, let's see. Because I did, okay, yeah, I'll just real quick. There's not that many of these reviews. So yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, Prison Break is still pulling in its audience and delivering the satisfying character twists that have become the show's trademark. When operating at its peak, this is still an addictive weekly crowd pleaser. And yeah, I agree. And one says, equivalent to a tire being stuck in the mud. I understand what they mean. And it definitely, I mean, it is like, if that's what you feel like the show is, the show wasn't made for you. I don't think it means that the show is bad. It's just you're not the intended audience for it. And that doesn't, yeah, that's not a dig on anyone. Now, let's see. The show appears to have lost none of its kinetic energy, so sit back, give in, and be very thankful you're not watching this in a Central American prison. And yeah, absolutely agree with that. They are on the way to recapture the beauty of Season 1. I agree. Here I am watching and reviewing Season 3, loving every overheated, ludicrous moment of it. But now that I'm sitting down to write about it, I'm forced to think about it somewhat critically, and everything starts to fall apart. I don't know. I've thought critically about it in the last 2 weeks. I watch an episode a day. To me, it doesn't really fall apart. I don't know. I mentioned in the what was it, second to last episode or something like that. I think so. Yeah. Why is Whistler? I mean, it seems like Whistler's trying to get the others to let him stay on the beach. I mean, I'm guessing that he figures it'll be easier for him to get back to the company like that. And if let's see, if the military get him, well, no, wait. I mean, if the whole thing was that they needed him to be broken out of Sona, then why would he want to be let back? And that was before he realized about the book, wasn't it? I think. Excuse me. Of course, prison breaking is 99% scheming and 1% breaking, and another 98% brooding, which all made this episode a lot like watching a hockey game with no puck. I do not understand that metaphor at all, but okay. But yeah, I mean, for sure there is some truth to it's more scheming than breaking. So let's be honest, who isn't a little bit relieved? I, for one, as a fan of Prison Break, began to see Monday nights as a burden. Oh, right, this is, yeah, excuse me. This is Kristen Dos Santos from E! Online, who I'm pretty sure was someone that, when Lost was on, she was really in love with it, and she loved, she called him Triple A, which I don't know if that's still something he gets called, but I'm sorry, I'm not gonna, I would just butcher it, but he's the guy, he had a role on that show, he's in Thor 2, let's see, yeah, I guess, I'm not sure, maybe one of the most recent, I'm not sure if it's the most recent, he was in Suicide Squad as Killer Croc, and yeah, anyway, yeah, Kristen, sorry, it's just I really recognize the way she writes, because I read a lot of what she wrote about Lost when that was on, and okay, I'm just gonna quote. The new season is dirty, and personally, I'm digging it. I mean, who doesn't love to see the prettiest man in television, like I have to name him, but I will, Wentworth Miller, all grunged up and hot and sweaty and ready to stick a shiv in someone? But it's definitely true. I mean, grungy, hot, and sweaty, it's very different from season one. In, yeah, we've had enough shots of Michael Scofield brooding and or sulking. It might have worked with the first two seasons, but it has become too tiresome now. I disagree, but I can understand where he's coming from. Pretty stupid, but it's just stupid enough to keep watching. At least for now, the scenery chewing in Prison Break is generally entertaining, and the acting is actually good. I don't know that I would call it stupid, but it's definitely, it's not like the most complex stuff. Anyway. And yeah, that's the one I already read from Wikipedia. By this point, the plot has dipped from daft to downright hilarious, and while there's still fun to be had, any semblance of story has long since flown the coop. Is the story weaker in this season? I mean, maybe. I do think that it is. I think this season bears some. Excuse me. The fact that there is. Give me a second. The fact that I really don't, when they conceived of this show, I don't think they knew exactly what they were going to do in, I don't, I'm not sure they knew what they were going to do after season one. Maybe they had, maybe they already knew how, more or less, what they were going to do with season two. I don't think they knew what they were going to do after season two, and I do think this season does, like, I mean, it is almost like, it's very sequel kind of, if the first two seasons was basically two halves of the same movie, then this is the sequel. It's the sequel they made because the first one did well and they didn't know exactly what to do. So they're just like, well, people liked it when Michael Scofield broke out of prison to get someone else from prison out of there, so I guess we'll do that again and we'll just change setting. I don't mind it. I love this season. I'm not taking that back. I do think I can understand finding that it's just not as good as the first. And it is, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you do feel like, like I joked at the very early in this video when Michael says, Michael is like distraught at having to break out of prison again, and I joked, it's like he doesn't know what show he's on. The writers know what show he's on, and that's why it is. They they sold the show on This is about Michael Scofield breaking out of prison, and they, yeah, it was like, well, we got to get him back into prison and have him break out again, and yeah, I mean, it would have been ridiculous if Lincoln had ended up in prison again as well. You know, they had to change some things, and I really like how they flipped it in this season from season one. But I can totally understand not and again, I don't mind it, but I do definitely see how some people would find it frustrating how you have scene after scene of Lincoln trying to get LJ free or LJ being threatened and Lincoln having to talk them down and convince them that Michael is gonna deliver, you know. I didn't mind it, but I get minding it. Okay, that was all the critics' reviews, and this is where the user reviews begin. It was fine, it's just putting them back in prison, unnecessary but entertaining. I can understand it, yeah. Okay, and this guy says, they are back in more badass prison. The brutal gangs, thrilling story, short season makes it more entertaining. I really liked it. I thought it was distinctly different from season one. I'm not unhappy that this wasn't what season one was, but yeah. Excuse me, not as good as the first two, but still a great series. Yeah, I can really get behind that. Yeah. Awesome, season one and season two are still the best. However, this one has its own good moments too. Yeah. Probably the worst season yet. Still exciting and fun to watch. I wouldn't go. I would say worst, but yeah. Anyway, I mean, using the term worst implies that it's bad. I don't think it's bad. Okay, yeah, here we go. This person did not like Sophia's acting. Not as enthralling as the first two, but still entertaining. Yeah. I've already said what I had to say about Sophia's acting, basically. And okay, so let's see. So okay, so this person says season three toppled off the mountain from its stellar season two. I mean, I don't know that I would go that far, but it definitely isn't quite as good as the first two. Let's start with Jodie Lynn O'Keefe. Her acting was terrible. Talk about a cartoonish character. There was nothing convincing about her. Role so one-dimensional in its attempt at being the great badass of the show. Didn't work like at all. Yeah, I mean, I've pretty much already said how I feel about the character. I just hugely disagree. But I can kind of see sometimes cartoonish, yeah. Let's see. Right. See, this I can. Yeah. Then The Prison. Fine for a Steven Seagal or Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, but for this show, it was cheesy. Let's see. Oh no, prisoners so ruthless, not even the guards will set foot in the place. Yeah, there's kind of like ways to fix that. It was like watching a Mad Max movie for a full season. I can see what he means. See, I don't mind. There are Jean-Claude Van Damme movies that I really like. I'm not gonna claim they're good, but it's true. I hadn't quite thought of it that way, but I forgot. I already did read this review, but that was like 2 weeks ago, maybe more. But yeah, no, it's true. If I didn't enjoy, I don't. I'm not really a Seagal fan, but I don't mind him. The Yeah, if I didn't like Van Damme movies, I probably wouldn't have liked this season. I probably would have thought it was, yeah. Let's see. Okay, and then he says, then every episode was basically the same thing. You can literally watch any random episodes from season 3, and they're all the exact same thing, just rehashed in various forms or stretched out. You can almost say the same thing about season 1, but at least the show kept you vested and interested. This time, not so much. I can see what he means. I was always interested. The actual breakout wasn't nearly as cool as it should have been, in fact quite childish amateur considering nobody can escape this prison, but I guess blinding a guard with the sun for like 4.8 seconds and rolling under some jeeps was just what they needed. But the blinding wasn't for the actual prison break. The actual prison, that was a failed attempt. Did he mix up the... Okay, yeah, he must really not have liked it if he can't, if he's mixing up. I'm not insulting him. I'm just saying that I can understand. Yeah, if he remembers it that little, but anyway. Let's see. Now it wasn't all bad. I stayed interested. There's some good internal strife and fighting to watch. Some crazy pairings that you wouldn't expect. The what's in the box stealing borrowing from the movie 7. And some neat new characters, although they're gone by seasons in 2, so I don't totally dismiss watching it, just go in knowing it falters greatly from the previous season. Yeah, I think I've pretty much said what I had to say about this review. Not as exciting as season 1, but still delivers much of the goods. And that is everything. So yeah, 4 hours. That's much more. I can live with 4 hours. I'm not unhappy with the videos I did on the first 2 seasons, but they got long, for sure. But yeah, that is right. I was thinking of, see, when I did the season 2 video, I started the video going over where the main and major characters were at the start of the season, where they were by the end, and the kind of journey. 4 hours. Yeah, I'm going to briefly talk about that. So basically, Michael, you know, clearly the fact that they got Sarah, if not for, he might have done it for LJ, but the fact that they got Sarah, he definitely wanted to be reunited with Sarah. You know, they spend a lot of season 2 not being together. In season 1, it's, you know, yeah. So season 3, basically he wants to get back, he wants to get in touch with her again, and he's willing to break out Whistler, and he's distraught when they kill her, and even ends the season saying he's gonna kill Gretchen in return as revenge. And that really is, I mean, he started strangling, or was it choked? I guess it's called choking. He started choking Kellerman to get revenge for him, almost for him trying to kill Sarah in season 2. But he, you know, as of the end of season 3, he has not killed anyone, though he has had opportunities to do so. And yeah, I mean, it is different than, I mean, in at the end of season 2, you know, he's giving up his freedom for her, since, you know, basically to pay her back for all that she gave up by helping him flee. And let's see, let me think, the what was it again? Let me think. Yeah, so that's we haven't seen him there before, basically. And I think they, you know, it's I mean, he, at the very start of the show, at the start of the pilot, he is willing to give up everything to save a life, to save his brother's life. And now, by the end of season 3, he's willing to risk a lot. He's going away from Lincoln and LJ and Sophia in order to get revenge for Sarah. So yeah, and it is, I mean, I've basically already said, I feel like it really sucks that that's the way they get rid of Sarah, and we really don't get to see her, you know, we don't get to explore the pain, excuse me, she feels from her decision to kill Bill. Let's see, Lincoln is, now the man on the outside, or in this season, he's the man on the outside who works to try to help Michael break out, and who, he tries to figure out a way to get LJ and Sarah back without working with the company, by tricking the company, and ultimately it leads to Sarah's death, but they do end up, I mean, they probably would have killed them if not for that final trick working out. I yeah, I thought it was a good kind of, it wasn't something he was used to doing, and it was interesting seeing him try to work out exactly how to handle it. And let's see, Sophia, she's trying to, she's helping out and trying to figure out how to get Whistler out, and then she ends up realizing that he's lying, and she, let's see, let me think. Yeah, I thought she was compelling this season. Yeah, all the main characters were compelling this season. I feel like the yeah, I think that's pretty much what I have to say about her that I haven't already said earlier in this video. Whistler, I thought they did a good job. He's, the actor can be convincing as just a regular guy, but he's also convincing as a professional operative. We don't know exactly what he does or what he specializes in or whatever, but he's convincing. He looks like he can handle himself, to quote Jason Bourne. And yeah, the let's see. I felt they did a pretty good job of the back and forth of, is he or isn't he intentionally working with the company. Now, I liked Teabag. He's willing to. He's used to being in charge. He was pretty much the guy in charge of the neo-Nazi segment of Fox River, and he had a lot of. I mean, yeah, season two sort of went back and forth, but certainly he had the money or access to the money, which did also lead to him being tortured and the like. But this is the first time that he, in a long time, that we've seen at least, that he had nothing. And yeah, it legitimately is like he yet again maneuvers it, and it's always compelling to see, excuse me, how he's going to handle a situation that's, yeah, it's very clever of him to pretend to be, completely beneath Lechero when really he thinks that he's better than Lechero, clearly. Even we know that even just by virtue of skin color, he thinks that he is inherently superior to Lechero. So, and that's like, if Michael had told Lechero the truth about Teabag, Teabag would not have lasted. But Teabag, I mean, Michael only told him that because Teabag could get him access to the cell phone. Now, let's see. I already mentioned that Brad, I enjoyed seeing him taken down a few notches, and it was genuinely moving when he was sad about Sarah dying, and he, there's a line where he says, doesn't seem like there are more bad people in here than there are out there. And yeah. Let's see, I don't really have anything to say about Lewis, I don't think. I think I've said all that I wanted about Lechero, Sammy, Gretchen. Let's see. I thought LJ did a decent job. The actor and the writers did a decent job making him still make an impression because he has almost no screen time or lines in this season, and yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Let's see. I've forgotten the general was in so little of this. He's really only in this one episode, isn't he? When he threatens Gretchen. I guess. Let's see, Mahone. I really liked how they handled Mahone this season because he really is a wild card for a lot of it. You really feel like any moment now he's gonna snap and he's gonna kill someone, possibly even Michael. And yeah, him dealing with withdrawal was very compelling. I liked the excuse me. What was the other thing? I feel like there was some other thing. What was it? I mean, I guess that's all the main characters, isn't it? Other, yeah, that is basically the main characters. I felt that I mean, yeah. So they, like I mentioned, they have a lot of different scenes where LJ and or Sarah are threatened, and or Lincoln tries to get to them and get them free. I don't think it got repetitive and tedious, but some others really did. I think a big part of it is that each of these scenes was distinctly different. I would say they always managed to, like, let's see, you have the one where Lincoln runs up to where they're evidently already working on breaking out, because one of them manages to throw something out the window to attract attention and such, and there's a fight scene, on the stairs, and they manage to get away in the. I mean, a lot of these scenes end with them getting away in a van or a car or something, but yeah, there's a fight scene, and Lincoln just got there too late. He maybe would have been able to free them, but he got there too late. Then you have the let's see, there's the very compelling scene where Sarah and Michael talk in code, and you have the let's see, which was also that was the first time Sarah herself did a code. Oh, so she also did the Michael Crane, Dr. Michael Crane page, but other than that, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, I really wish they hadn't killed her off. Anyway, so the yes, I'm not gonna if I can't remember all of them, I'm not gonna go over every single one, and I'm probably gonna end the video as soon as I've gone over these scenes. But yeah, then you have one where LJ has a knife to his throat and says that, and then I think Gretchen takes the phone and you know says something to Lincoln and then hangs up or something. That was also very effective and again different from the other ones. You have Sarah's head being found in the box, as well as the dead woman that turns out not to be Sarah in the morgue. You have when Sucre blocks the car, and then the let's see, yeah, and Lincoln runs up and he shoots one of them, but he doesn't manage. By the time he's ready to shoot anyone, the second one, the LJ is being held as a human shield. Then and he ends up agreeing to let them go as long as they don't kill LJ. I guess, yeah, and then you have the one where it finally works out in the finale. Each of these scenes are different enough, and they're all such great action scenes. I I will admit, if the action hadn't been as great as it is, or it hadn't gotten what was the word again, grungy, the sort of dirty character to it, I don't think it would have been as interesting. This season wouldn't have been as compelling. But yeah, I don't know. It worked. I would say, and it's yeah, not for everyone, but I and what was the other thing? Um, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll say here. I remember season four as not being as good as the first three, and it is like it's too bad that, but no one can keep it going on the same level forever. And I think I've said it in at least one other video. I really feel bad for them that they didn't get to 100. I mean, I don't know if that's still a thing, but at least used to be that there was a thing where if you get to 100 episodes, you're guaranteed syndication, and this one got to like 96 or something. That's not a spoiler because if you, yeah, it's not a spoiler. That really sucks. I really wish they had gotten just a few more episodes, but I mean, I guess people just hated season 5 so much. Anyway, I yeah, I'm just briefly gonna say overall, I'm not as excited about. I mean, maybe if I didn't remember season 4, maybe I would be more excited. But season 1 ended on incredibly exciting. The promise of they're on the run. They're not. For so, from fairly early in the season, the first season, they talk about they're going to get a jet and they're going to fly to South America right after leaving, very, very soon after leaving Fox River. But then it ends on the note, well, they're going to have to keep running, I guess. And season 2 really delivers on that. And then season 2 ends on now Michael's going to be in Sona, which is like the worst prison in the world. And, you know, that's also very exciting, and I feel this season delivered on that. I can understand the argument that it should have been a harder prison escape since it's supposedly impossible, but I mean, at the end of the day, the big thing was getting out of no man's land, getting past no man's land. Anyway, yeah. And that was, I felt, appropriately difficult for them. I don't know. Anyway, that. Crap. What was it? Yeah. I don't feel that the hook. I'm maintaining that it's a great season finale and a great overall season, but I don't feel like the hook at the end of this season is as strong as the hook at the end of season 1 and season 2. I'm not as excited about season 4 as I was about season 2 and 3. But the yeah, overall I yeah, I really love this season, and I think they did a really great job on making it distinct enough from season 1, obviously also season 2, because that's not about prison breaking. Yeah, I think found they found a way to make it distinct and give us a reason to, you know, it doesn't feel like it's just season 1 again. That this show right from the start, like the moment that I heard the concept, I was like, that could be really great, but how are they going to make an entire show of that? Like, comparatively, yeah, maybe just as a couple of other shows, I think were quite effective. They did what they set out to do and such from around the same time. I guess Without a Trace is almost too obvious because they just gotta keep up. They just gotta keep coming up with different cases. Alias and Burn Note as well, as long as there are missions for them to go on. You have something, and I mean, I guess there's obviously one could compare the show to Lost, I think I'm gonna hold off on that until I do the review, so I can talk about the entire show compared to. I have watched all of Lost, and yeah, yeah. That doesn't, of course, sorry. That doesn't mean I can't give a quick. The show Lost kept having, as long as they had some mystery or a promise of delivering on a mystery already set up, they could keep having, keep the show going. But Prison Break, I don't. I, I mean, the show 4400 was originally meant to be a miniseries, and you can kind of see it, especially in season one, which was literally, it's a super short season, and it was supposed to be just, I think, 6 episodes total, and it was supposed to end at the end of that, the 6th episode, but then they realized it was so popular, they were like, let's make an entire show out of this. I don't know what the original ending is, but I could see how they could have made, and yeah, they, you know, yeah, not a spoiler, the core concept is that people who have disappeared from throughout time reappear, and yeah, some of them have, there are things going on with them, and I mean, the moment that I heard that concept, I was like, that's 4,400. Sorry, that's why it's called the 4,400. It's because there are literally 4,400 people who've returned. That's 4,400 individual potential story threads. They're never going to run out. And, but Prison Break, I mean, not quite a mini series. I think that would have been too short, but it's, the moment I heard the concept, I was like, how are they going to keep that up for more than one season? Because if it's more than one season without them breaking out of one prison, that's just excessive. But the moment that they've broken out of one prison, I mean, they're not going to just throw them back in another prison. That would be, yeah, and I feel like having an entire season, it's 22 episodes, I think, of a buffer between two prison escape, yeah, I think that's enough. Excuse me. But it does, and really, I mean, if this had been a full season, and then yeah, then they would almost have gotten there with just 4 seasons. Yeah, especially if like at least one of the seasons could have been slightly longer than a normal season or something. Isn't season 4 slightly longer? If they could have made it even more slightly longer, I guess. Anyway, I guess yeah, the let's see. I yeah, I think for the first 3 seasons they do as well as they can at making the core concept work. And yeah, so let's see. So season 1, the thing that wasn't just breaking out of prison, yeah, the other big thing that was going on in addition to breaking out of prison was trying to exonerate Lincoln by uncovering the conspiracy and getting to, and they end up realizing that Terrence Steadman is still alive, and they learn a lot about the company. And then over the course of season 2, they further work to try to exonerate, and they also try to take down the company. Yeah, and then this season, I think that maybe, I don't know what they should have done, I'll admit, but this season really was only the very distinct, well, they have, see, that's, yeah, I'm sorry, I feel like it's a little bit of a cheat. It's a little easy and lazy, and I hate the word lazy, to just have LJ and Sarah kidnapped, and for most of the season, and kill off Sarah so early. So really, it's just, so the only other thing, there's escaping from prison, and then there's trying to get LJ back, which I mean, like it's like with the exoneration and to an extent also the prison breaking. Every time they think they're getting a little bit ahead, there'll be some sort of setback. But yeah, I do think that the that's the thing. The whole thing with the company and the conspiracy was just never going to be. I think it spoke to something that a lot of people, maybe especially, probably especially Americans, wanted to hear. You know, there's some criticism of the government, although of course, in order to keep it from being too, yeah, they make it that it's not really the American government. It's just that the American government is working with this group. But yeah, I do think that they it should have been something else. Ultimately, excuse me, I don't remember how they fare on that front, excuse me, in season 4. But that is the thing, like, so far, as many similarities as there are between this season and season 1, they are not the same season, and it is not, let me think. Yeah, there are some very distinct differences. And let's see. Let me think. Excuse me. What was it? I don't know. I guess maybe that is. Maybe I have covered everything. So, excuse me. Yeah, I feel like they did a overall they did a good job. Like, I mean, I would maybe say the first 2 seasons are like a 9 out of 10 each. And this is maybe closer to a 7 out of 10. Sometimes very close to an 8. At times even a 9. But the overall season is a 7 out of 10. And yeah, I do think that, excuse me, there's a lot. Yeah, I think I've said everything without. I think if I keep talking, I'm gonna start repeating myself. Too late. Yeah. Anyway, I am still looking forward to watching season 4, and I'm not going to, no matter how I feel about season 4, I'm not gonna make it one long video just constantly complaining and criticizing and such. I'm gonna see if I can't find. I do remember it as there still being great stuff. I remember it as still having some great characterization, among other things. But yeah, so I hope you enjoyed watching as I enjoyed watching and recording, and I'll catch you next time.